6:04 on Tuesday, February 19th. May I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Call the meeting to order.
I'll call the meeting to order. I'm a little rusty. Moved by Ms. Canfield, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So good evening. Chairman Dennehy cannot make it this evening, so I'll be sitting in as chair this evening. And first order of business is, are there any walk-ins in the audience this evening? There being none, we will move right to the report of the town administrator. Jim?
It's going to be a very quick report tonight, given the length of the agenda. I just want to update the board on the water treatment plant project ongoing. So basically three components. The first component is the sand filter. That is completed. So the sand filter has been completely taken out and rebuilt and a new sand filter placed, so that is done. Part two is the chemical tanks. The wall has already been partly demolished. They left a little bit in case the tanks rupture while they're still in there. They'll be emptied today or tomorrow, and then those tanks will be out. That tank replacement will be done next week, which just leaves the sedimentation basin. We've pumped about 300,000 gallons out of the sedimentation basin to date. There's about another $100,000 left. The track vacs is on schedule when the basin is empty. So the only wild card right now is when we get that basin empty, what condition that wall is in. But otherwise, right now, the repairs are going right about on schedule. So it's looking pretty good at this point. Again, with that one caveat, we got to get that basin empty, get in there and take a look at the dividing wall.
How long will it take to do that last part? You know?
I think the track vacs is about 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, to get it in and get it up.
If there's nothing broken.
If there's nothing broken, right.
So the green sand filter's over at the well. That's all up and going, right?
The green sand filter at well 17 is actually at the treatment plant right now. The water's getting pumped. You see the pipes that are all outside. So that is being used. Well 18, I didn't get an update on that. They were waiting for final approval from DEP. There is a temporary sand filter at well 18 also. It's supposed to be ready to go this week, but I haven't got a final update today on that.
And then the basin's on the right-hand side, where the wall is and the vac is, and the other two filters are on the left-hand side as you go in the door. The carbon filter and the one
Yeah,
on
the
the
carbon
left.
filter's on the left, the sand filter's on the right. And the sedimentation basins are actually, when you come in the main door, there are hatches right there underneath.
Yeah, so if you walk in the front door on the right-hand side, and then there's two filters on the left-hand side of the building.
Yeah.
So the two on the left have been done, or?
Well, the carbon filter you did last year, the year before, replaced all the carbon,
Yeah,
so that's good. So it's the sand filter's the next one.
the next one.
Yep, and that's
And that
finished.
is next.
That's done. We finished that. Sand filters,
Sand filter and,
that's it. That's it. Those are the two main filters that we go through.
Anything else?
That's it.
Anything else, Jim?
No, that's all I wanted to cover tonight.
All right, that was quick. All righty. All right, moving on to the next scheduled item, review and discuss of the Community Preservation Act Committee review for projects. Gary Meyerson? Chair, hi, Gary.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Great.
Gary Meyerson, 26 Summer Street, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. I think you guys got all the, okay. Do you want to go over any of the financial items, or are you guys good with that?
Well, why don't you give us an overview as to like where you are with regards to balances in each line, just so the public
Okay,
can hear.
that's fine.
Where everything is.
This, I'm going to give you the balances prior to any appropriations, so that's where we are sitting right now.
Okay.
Okay? Total amount sitting that's available is roughly $5.1 million. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 843,000, just over, is in the historic reserve. About 91,000 is sitting in open space, and that's because we use money to buy First Cliff in the fall. The housing reserve has just over $178,000, and the undesignated fund has roughly just slightly over $4 million right now. Okay, and that's about 5.1, I believe, all in. Okay?
Okay.
Just to go over some of the other items, we took a vote on some rescissions, and this was in January. We voted in a total of $407,000, just over $407,000 worth of rescissions. 18,000 are the general, just small bits left over from just different projects that are finished. We have another $389,000, and this is an item we're going to discuss again at our next meeting, For the Maxwell Trust, as you're probably all aware, there is some title problems. We're at the 3-year mark. They have indicated that they might have fixed their title. We are waiting for town council to weigh in on that. So I told Maxwell Trust that we will rehear that item in March.
Okay.
Should everything work out for them, okay? The other thing is, what we haven't voted on that we will be bringing up in March is Central Field from the Lawson Tower Diamond. There's 131,000 left over, just under. And so depending, I'm assuming, hopefully that we will be able to go forward with the athletic field renovation. And so we would then rescind, we're going to rescind it before, but we haven't voted that in yet, so we'll do that in March, okay? Sorry, go ahead.
Is your plan to put that 130 towards the field balance as well?
It would go into the undesignated fund.
Okay.
We won't be able to use it till next fiscal year, though we're voting it in. So July 1st, we can, in theory, use it, but we can't declare that we're going to use it right now.
Gotcha.
Okay? So it's really just, it's a fiscal year thing. So, and so that's really where we stand with rescissions.
Okay.
So you said you're rescinding $400,000 worth, and then you said 389 is not?
The total, assuming that we rescind the 131,000, is $538,000.
What have you actually rescinded? What have you voted on to rescind?
We voted on just over $407,000.
That includes the Maxwell Trust?
Yes, that does.
So you rescinded that, but you just said that they're going to be able to come back.
They believe that they have fixed the title, all right? But town council has not confirmed that. So obviously we can't, if there isn't good title, we obviously can't buy it. It's been sitting out there for 3 years. It's tying up capital. If town council says that the title still is not good, they can always reapply, or we can maybe rearrange, maybe cut out the piece that's, because it's two parcels, so maybe we can move one parcel out for now and re-vote it in. Hopefully, they fix the title.
My question is just, so that has not been rescinded?
Well, we voted to rescind it. It's up to the town to eventually vote it in.
So,
But they're going to reconsider it.
We're going to reconsider it in March.
Before town meeting.
so you may not rescind that?
It depends what town council says.
So there's a little under $100,000 that is definitely being rescinded.
There is 18,000 that we have already voted in, not including Maxwell Trust. We're going to vote on another 130, just under 131,000. And then we're going to potentially reconsider Maxwell Trust, which is just over 389,000. Is that,
Well, so 18,000 has been rescinded. Maxwell Trust, softball field are the three components.
yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and Gary, I mean, I think annual town meeting approved the Maxwell Trust thing, so I think if our council comes back and says that it's good, I appreciate you reconsidering it.
Yeah, no, we definitely will. I told Maxwell Trust, I told them that we would put it on in March, and we'll just reconsider it, that's all.
Okay.
It's these things happen, it's a very complicated land transaction, and in a way, maybe our voting our rescission spurred them to make it go faster, because a couple of days after we did it, all of a sudden that came in. So,
Okay.
Where does that money have to go to the open space
I bel-
designated?
I believe I believe it was an open space item. Sometimes, some of the land purchases come from undesignated, but I believe this 100% came from open space.
Nancy's nodding, so.
Good, that's
So it goes
right.
back there.
Yeah, it'll go back there,
Okay.
okay?
Any other questions for Gary about rescinding?
Okay. Just want to go over some of the projects that we've voted on all of them. The first one is the Cole Parkway project, which is Lorraine's project. It's $81,000, and it is CPC voted 7-0 in favor. That will be replacing 11 benches, 6 trash receptacles, and completely rehabbing the bandstand and the gazebo.
Oh, really? Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lorraine.
And if past history repeats, The Cedar Point project that Lorraine ran came out wonderful. So, hopefully the same will happen. The historic projects, sorry, did you guys have any questions on that one? Nope. Okay.
I have
No.
one question.
Sure.
Has the bandstand ever really had any significant damage with the flooding, or is it high enough?
I have no idea.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's raised, so,
It is pretty raised.
yeah,
Didn't they just paint it?
Yeah, but
Painted quite a
a
bit.
lot of volunteers do, yeah.
yeah.
Which is nice,
More extensive work that's needed.
yeah.
When you go in there, I happened to go in there during Heritage Days, and you look up, first thing you do is walk off it. So it needs work, for sure. Okay.
Okay.
Historic projects, North River Shipyard Marker Restoration, 4,400, our vote was 8-0. There are 10 old shipyard markers that are 100 years old across 5 towns. Situate has one of them. Each marker basically represents where a shipyard was in the North River. And that's really it's just another plaque that historic people do, so. The Mass Humane Society Boathouse Restoration, this is more or less for a roof, plus a few other things, and that's over at the Marine Park over there, and that's $17,500. CPC voted 8-0 in favor. And the last one is a Stockbridge Gristmill Grain Chest and various document restorations and preservation, $30,500. CPC voted 8-0, and the grain chest itself, so this is a series of a bunch of very small items that add up to $30,000. The grain chest itself apparently is a one-of-a-kind that dates back prior to 1700. And actually, I believe the Museum of Finance Arts took a replica of it years ago, so they can have a copy of it. Any questions on the historic things?
I didn't hear that one at your meetings. That's $30,000. Is it, how much of it is going to the chest? How big is the chest? Is it?
There's like 8 items on this thing. Each one's got $5,000 to $8,000. So it's all
The
small.
documents?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like, when you look at the list, everything is small. Even the grain chest is only a few $1,000s, I believe. I can double check that, but I believe they're all small items.
I think the detail was in the
Yeah,
secondary backup
it
that you
is,
gave
it
us.
is. Hold on one second. Let me double check that, but it was small, really small.
A lot of money.
Yeah, but if you look at the items on here, and that's the list of items. What they're doing, instead of coming to us with every single little item, we asked them to group a bunch of stuff, so just to make it easier. All right, otherwise you would have to vote on each one of these, so.
Thank you, committee.
What's that?
Thank you, committee.
Yeah, exactly. Number 4 on the list is the Affordable Housing Trust. This is basically to refund the trust after they committed money to Lawson Green. It's $100,000. This is so they can just continually operate going forward. And that was an 8-0 vote as well. And of course, the last thing, and we had a meeting about this in end of January, is the athletic field project. CPC voted 8-0 to commit $8.3 million to this project. The cash component is roughly $5.4 million. The debt will be about $2.9 million. And those numbers might change slightly. We might move the debt up a little and the cash down a little. Nancy and I are still working on those numbers. So it's really we're just fine tuning them, to be
Gary, can you
honest.
tell me that again? 8.3 is total.
8.3 is CPC's portion,
Yep,
of which 5.4 million right now is cash.
okay.
Debt is 2.9 million. I don't think CPC will revote the whole amount. It's unlikely. It's just the combination of cash and debt that we might have to revote, and it'll just be small. Wait, isn't that right? It'll just be small amounts, I think. Yeah, it won't be more than 150 on each side of the ledger.
Okay, and what kind of research did you do as a committee with regards to the, what do I want to say? Is it customary for CPC to pay down debt? Like, have other towns done those types of projects?
Yes. Well, that's a two-part question, really. CPC has issued, there are 90 communities that have issued debt for various projects. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Currently, there's 70 outstanding that have outstanding balances. I don't know how much the original amounts were that they issued, but the largest outstanding balance is over $4 million as of, I think, 2018, maybe. and that was Hingham who did it. And many of these, quite a few of them, some of them are under the guise of open space, some of them are under recreation, but you got to remember, a lot of communities used open space to do ball fields, because you can use open space to renovate certain types of ball fields.
Oh.
All right, so the answer to both is yes and yes. You know, and the debt portion of it, CPC can issue debt on future revenues. It's specifically allowed, and the vote is a simple vote by CPC, and it's 2/3 vote by the town meeting on the debt portion.
Okay.
How
Does
much,
anybody have any questions for Gary?
just on the debt piece, to follow up on your question?
Yep.
So we're going to do just about $3 million in debt.
Call
Where
it
does-
that, yeah.
Where does that put us on your list in terms of the towns with the most debt?
The most debt
You said Hingham was 4.
or I think there's someone with 2.7 just below, all right, but I believe Needham,
Needham financed their town hall renovation, and they borrowed, I think it was $8 million, and they used 7 in cash. So, but that was done quite a few years ago, and they have no debt left, so they must
So
have.
they
So we'd have
paid it
the
off.
second highest, most
second or
debt.
third highest. That's as of fiscal year 2018, that's, you know, because the state's slow, not slow, but it takes time for them to catch up. So there could be others since then that I don't know
In the
about.
numbers you gave, Hingham's at 4, we'd be at 3, and everyone else is $1 million, a lot of smaller ones.
And the smaller ones, you could see the amounts, they're teeny, so those were obviously much bigger issues. No one's going to issue debt for $15,000. So it's almost certainly were much bigger issues that this is the balance. So only number I could find, obviously you can go through each town and look up each one and probably find each one, but there's 90 towns, so I'm not going to do that. But the only thing I can find that's consolidated was the open balances that's out.
And was it 8-0?
Sorry?
8-0?
8-0, yes. And it took a lot of back and forth, you know, we went through all the items very diligently. I think you heard a lot of that on the 29th as well. So some items we took out, some items we added back in, so it came out to 8.3. I believe the town side is going to be just under 1.6, is that right? And I'm sure capital planning will discuss that with you. So that's where we stand. And youth groups so far have pledged $30,000. 3 of the largest youth groups have pledged $10,000 each, and we haven't heard from all the youth groups yet. So that's a good thing.
So that's 3 out of how many?
5 big ones, and there's a couple of small ones.
Okay.
All right, and they hope to hear from the other 2 large ones soon. And you have those letters are all on the website, and you have copies of them.
Right.
In your packet.
Yep.
So,
And is your plan to include them as part of your presentation or backup on town meeting? Because I think this is, I mean, obviously, we haven't voted for it yet either, but when you get to that point, if this is new, you know, this is a new strategy for CPC, so I think as much education as you can
Right.
do will help.
Right, and on our website, there is I call it a pro forma cash flow statement for the project. It's in an Excel spreadsheet, and you guys have all seen it. And in there, we've actually budgeted for $50,000 for the youth groups.
Okay.
So we already have 3/5, you know, we already have 30 of that number. And it's relatively small, I have to say it's relatively small to the project, but for the youth groups themselves, it's a lot of money,
Yeah.
right?
Any questions, Sean?
No, not right, no.
Karen?
A couple, and some of these may be for Nancy. At town meeting, when the vote, what's the order of vote? Will CPC funding be discussed before or after the town portion of voting? I'm just,
Capital planning comes first, CPC comes after.
okay. So we would know before the CPC vote whether the town supported the $1 million for this, okay. The second question is, I know we've talked about this in other meetings, but I think it's important just to make sure people understand that paying for this debt can be accomplished at the current CPC rate, but also if for some reason some board down the road wanted to reduce CPC, that it would still cover that debt service.
Yes, so on, there is a spreadsheet I call a stress test, where I ran some numbers. Nancy helped me with it, because I don't have, all the town numbers. And one of those is a 3% assumption with very conservative figures. We reserve 45%, 30 statutory, 5 for admin, 10 for other items. And we did it for both 3% and 1.5%. We did not include the state match. We do not include interest income, and we do not include any penalty money that comes in later. And 3%, we can actually go up to 5 million all the way. 1.5, we're fine. We're fine basically at 1.5%. We're fine at 3 million all the way. All right, and I think we can go to 5 with that as well. All right.
And then one question, you may have answered and I missed it, was, so any donations that are received, does that reduce the town portion or the CPC portion?
It's already built into both portions. So when you look at how we did the pro forma, we actually went in and said,
Percentage?
we said the total project is let's say $10 million. Where's the money coming from? 50,000 is coming from, we budgeted 50,000 for the youth
From
groups.
donation.
Right. So that's how we came down. All right, we have 5.3 million in cash. Items we can't pay for, that's the town portion. And then what's left, $3 million, that's the debt portion.
Okay, great. Thank you, that's it.
Sure.
Anything else? Right now?
Yeah, sure. So, a couple things. First of all, CPC did a great job vetting this out. You guys must have met 7 or 8 times and talked about this issue. So it was definitely well discussed. And I was at a lot of those meetings, and I was, I was surprised at first because CPC for the last 10 years has been a very conservative thing, which is why we have all this money in here. So when the committee voted to use all of the cash and then borrow money to fund this project, I thought it was excessive and it was more risk than I wanted to take or that I felt comfortable with from the town's perspective, and mentioned that many times. And had good back and forth, though. I think it was, it's a difficult decision. It's really going a place that the town's never been before. As Gary said to start off the conversation, there's $4 million worth of cash right now. They're putting $5.4 million into it. So it's this money, it's the deposits from the next one, it's deposits from the next one, and then it'll start accumulating money in like year 3, provided we don't have any other projects. And every year we have about $1 million worth of CPC projects for the last 10 years on average. So it is using all the resources of CPC, and I personally did not like that. I didn't like the fact that that there was a cost that I felt that CPC was going to be, the hands were tied a little bit in terms of future things that could come by. That being said, I don't have an alternative, right? The good thing about the project is it's going to build fields that the town needs, and it's not going to raise a tax base. The bad thing is it's using all of CPC's money. And it's going to be it'll be, limiting projects that we can do for at least the next couple of years and probably into the future. So there's a million ways to skin the cat, but it's you're going to have about $400,000 worth of debt that you're going to have to pay off for the next 10 years to pay off that loan. Clearly, there's interest associated with it, so there's, I can't remember the number, but $500,000 or $700,000 worth of interest over the life of the loan. Cash is going to be all used up, and it'll eventually grow back again depending on what projects come through. But certainly you're not going to have $1 million projects or $5 million projects or anything like that coming through in the future for stuff. There's a little bit of money in some of the other accounts, not much in open space or in historical, but there's $800,000 in the affordable housing, so that's projects there should be able to continue for
Other way
somehow.
around.
Yes,
Other way around.
There's
Oh, I'm sorry,
800
historical,
yeah.
sorry, historical has 800, affordable housing has about 100,000. So my overall, I don't like using all of CPC's funds this way. I don't like raising taxes either, so it's really, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. The project is a good project. The project is about 10.5, $11 million project in totality, I think, if I remember correctly.
10.6 with, because remember, CPC already put in 418 to engineer the project, for the project management.
Yep.
You know, everything that goes into that.
And now the town on top of that has to commit $1.5 million worth of capital, which you all know is a big capital expense for the town. We usually only spend about that much for a whole year's worth of capital. So I have my hesitation with this project. But the committee voted, and they voted in favor of it, and obviously it goes before the town to see what it is. I wish there was another way to do this. I don't mind using the cash as much, because it's been accumulated over the years, and this is the project that wants to use it, and so be it. I didn't like using all of the cash and the debt. The only other way to do it was some sort of override, which I don't think is going to be popular either. So there's really no good solution here. But just my gut does not feel comfortable with extending CPC to this extent for this project. So that's my take on it.
My only comment, and Tony saw the back and forth, we all, the debate went on for a while, over many, many meetings. The 3 buckets will replenish, because that's statutory. We can't do anything about that. So those buckets will grow, and we'll be able to do projects, historic projects. We will be able to do affordable housing projects, and we will be able to do, what's the other bucket? Historic projects. Open space, sorry. Where we won't be able to take money probably, there'll be some money left over in year 1, assuming we don't pay down any debt, okay, or pay off the ban. Those balances will grow quicker because we didn't factor in a lot of things over time. And according to what I calculated, and Tony calculated something similar, I think we were about $200,000 or $300,000 difference. It seems to me by year 3 or year 4, we should be, if we choose to go with bans over other types of debt, we should be able to pay off all that debt if we choose to. If we choose to, okay. Of course, it depends on the rates at the time. I mean, if we're going to get 285 for 15 years, then maybe we don't, right? So we're going to leave that up to Jim and Nancy.
So the only thing I'd add to that is, that's provided that no other CPC projects occur for the next 2.5 years.
Correct.
So if somebody comes and wants to buy a piece of land for $1 million, it isn't going to happen.
It's constrained by what's ever in the land bucket, the open space bucket.
Right, got
Right.
that. Sean?
Just one question. Could you refresh my memory, Gary, about the cost estimates and what happens?
Sorry.
Is it phased? The cost estimates to do the project?
So the cost right now, not including, you're talking about the cost of the fields and everything, right?
Right.
Okay. So the cost right now, not including the 420 or 18,000 that we already paid, is roughly $10.2 million. All right. Now CPC backed out, I think, around 200,000 of that for items that we absolutely could not pay for. All right. The net. And there's Mark and Sean built in quite a bit of cushion into those numbers anyway, so we feel pretty comfortable with that.
Okay.
And we had Skylar also, who's also in that business, and on our board, we had him also audit all the numbers, and he was comfortable, and you could see his comments on our website as well. All right. The 10.2, a lot of it goes into mobilization, ripping things out, putting things back in. Of that, I think we thought around 2.2, 2.3 is roughly turf items. Okay?
Okay.
So with that, CPC can't pay for. So, does that answer what you were looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just, you had someone in your committee who knows the numbers, and they're good.
But
accurate numbers.
I don't know if it was by coincidence or design, when Skylar was appointed, I had no idea that he was
Background.
a landscape architect who had actually, part of his business is to work on these projects for other towns. So
That's great.
that came in very timely.
Carrie, anything?
No, I think you answered my
Good.
questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you. I mean, Tony, I think, said it really well. You guys did a lot of due diligence on this, and I think it went round and round. I attended, I think, one meeting with a lot of debate, which was great. And don't have I was looking for my figures that I summarized at the last meeting that we had 2 weeks ago. And I think it's important to understand too, when you go forward, is to express how much we have spent on open space, how much we have spent in affordable housing, because it doesn't necessarily show on this balance sheet. And that's what I have greater comfort. I know it is something new and different for us, but this is a need that all of us, all the boards, everybody in this room has been talking about for 25 years. And this is a vehicle that allows us to get this without additionally raising taxes for our residents. So for me, I'm comfortable with it because I think it's a great use of the funds to solve a problem that we've all been banging our heads against the wall for 25 years, and my head hurts.
Right, right. I mean, you can look at it also, like Tony said, we've been accumulating this money. You want to accumulate the money for a large project, hopefully, and this is that project, in my opinion. And, you know, the money will accumulate again very, very rapidly. I mean, you could see even when we spent money on Lawson Green, how quickly it came back, right? Because we pretty much used all our undesignated fund, quite a bit of it, for that project as well. And just to your point, there is a list on our website. It's got all the projects historically. And if you look in what I call the recreation/other side, there's a large number there. Of that amount, only 1.4 million of it went to athletic fields, and 400 was the 400 for the study for this. So really, we've only spent about $1 million out of the 22 that CPC has spent on athletic fields. So.
Well, let's be fair, you couldn't renovate fields until a couple of
Oh,
years ago.
yeah, that's true, that's
So-
true. I think it was 2005 or 6,
No.
12?
Yeah.
It's been a
Okay.
while, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that
But that, you're right, you're right.
So you used to have to buy the open space
And then the money for renovation had
to
to come
do the
somewhere else.
fields on the open
Right,
space
that's right,
from another
that's right.
source.
That's a fair statement. So,
Okay,
okay?
anything else?
No, I think it's a tough decision. I don't, there's not a right or a wrong, it's really whatever your, you know, adherence to debt is, and, you know, I don't see another way to do it without doing an override, though, and that was kind of I thought that we could combine a couple of projects and do that, but there's not an appetite for that either, so it's a project that needs to be done, it's a well-designed project, but it is what it is.
Just one more question before you take off, Gary. Has the state recognized recreation doesn't just happen on land? Weren't Mara to...
No, I see what you're saying.
Sailboats, things like that, have
Right.
has that softened up at all, their stance on?
The answer is no,
Not yet.
not yet. We, this committee, roughly when I came on this committee, tried to bring that up, and it kind of fell flat. All right? Maybe after we get through this, maybe we'll revisit it, right? I mean, it's like anything else. You can try doing it and see if someone challenges it and go from there, like a lot of towns do, right? And just try it. And if no one challenges it, then whatever. But we did try rallying the other CPC communities, and I just don't, some were interested, but not enough really came forward.
Hopefully it's just a matter of time.
I think so, because, you know, everyone has, not everyone, but a lot of towns have lakes,
Right.
right?
Right.
Rivers.
Right.
I think everyone's thinking ocean, but it's not, once you go into the interior of the state, there's no ocean.
Right.
So,
Thanks for that.
sure, a little geography for you.
More and more there is.
All right, anything else? Is that it, Gary?
That's it.
All right, well,
Thank
thank
you,
you very
Gary.
much, and thank you to your,
Audience have any?
wait, okay, one sec. Thank you to your committee for everything. Does anybody else have any comments or questions with regards to the CPC? There being none? Great, good to go. Thank you. All right. So next, move on to the next item, which is a discussion and vote for the voyage and the St. Patrick's celebration. So I see Keith and Rue here, Keith O'Callahan and Rue Graham. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you this evening?
I'm well, how are you?
Great. Great. So I understand you have an event that you're running over St. Patrick's Day weekend.
Yes.
So if you would want to just tell us a little bit about it?
We're going to do different things. One night, we want to do a comedy show. We want to have Irish step dancers in. We have a couple of Irish groups that want to play. So different things, different days. I'm still trying to work on getting the Boston Police Gaelic Column of Pipes and Drums to stop in. So I have my fingers crossed with that one, but wanted to make sure that we could get the tent, because I could never have them just in the voyage themselves, so.
Okay, all right. So you're looking to extend it a little bit on the outside of your property like you did last year, right? Sort of to the,
exactly, yeah.
where your driveway,
Yeah. So
And
it'll be like a 30 by 60 tent.
okay, all right. And you're looking for an outdoor entertainment permit from 6 to 11 PM on March 14th, and then on the 15th from 8 to 11. On the 16th, I just want to make sure we have all the times right. Is that right?
I would say to do it, so the 14th, I have it at 6, right?
Yep.
The 15th, I don't right now have anybody booked until 8 o'clock, but in case I can get the pipes and drums or the step dancers to come earlier, if we could start it at 6, just in case.
Okay. I just want to, if nobody else has any problems, I just want to make sure we are consistent. Okay. On the 15th, and then the 16th is the same, and then the 17th is 3 to 10. Does that
Yes.
sound right?
Yep.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. 16th. Questions?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing that came to my mind is your neighbors. So this is 4 consecutive nights with an outdoor entertainment license. Have you got any feedback from them? Is that, it seems,
We just have one neighbor, and they're there
yeah, but,
sometime only.
yeah, but if you're having music, it's gonna spread around, I would imagine.
But there's nobody else really around us,
There
except
isn't?
for no, there's only the house next door, but they're only there in the summertime, so there's not really, we sent out a letter to everybody, but we don't really have anybody that would hear anything, so it's not,
This Rob, he's next door, he's usually there in the summertime, so.
Okay. Well, if no one's here, I mean, that was the only thing that came to me, is that I can see one night, but if it's 4 consecutive nights, I can see that being a lot of bit too much for,
yeah. We're pretty desolate, especially this time of year, so.
It's a ghost town.
Did you do this many nights last year?
The last one was for the Alice's house, is what we did the tent for, so that was a day and a night, and that was in October.
Okay.
So,
All right. And we didn't receive any complaints with regards to that, right, Jim? Okay.
That I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's good, because we want to do that every year.
Okay.
Alice's House charity, you know, we want to keep that going.
Yeah, that was nice. Sean?
Same concerns as Tony's, but I thought that might be the answer, summer residents.
Yeah, that's all it is, just Rob next door, and that's it.
Right, right.
Karen?
What's the entertainment plan for St. Patrick's Day?
on Sunday itself.
Yeah.
Right now, I have 2 different Irish groups playing, but I'm trying to get the step dancers and maybe the Boston Police Gaelic calling the
Oh, on
pipes
that
and
day.
drums, if they can. One of the days. I told them any of the days would be fine, whatever they could do, so.
We'll have Aaron Og and Horsepower playing.
It's probably a lot of competition that day, because it's actually St. Patrick's Day.
Right, well, and it's also the Southie Parade,
Yeah.
so it makes
And
it,
our parade.
makes it tough.
Ours.
Yeah.
Don't forget our parade.
We'll be in your parade, we'll be marching in your one. So.
And
Are
where
you?
do, where
The
do,
rugby,
where
the
do,
rugby kids.
sorry, for the Alice House event, where do people park? 'Cause I would
We got
imagine-
permission to park in the Davis's lot, and we got permission for this one to
Same
park
for
in the
this?
Davis's lot as well.
Okay.
And any overflow, couldn't they use our parking lot?
They have a sticker.
Yeah, it's in a sticker. But no one's gonna check it in the middle of
March.
March.
In case someone wants to go to the beach.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I could
So
see
is all the music amplified?
Some of it is, some is not.
Okay, like which?
There's not, well, unless I get the pipes and drums, it's just like a guitar player.
Acoustic.
Acoustic.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Okay, so that's kind of another
Negative.
story too.
yeah.
It's not as loud in the wind
It's
from
not
the
some
ocean.
big
rock
head banging
It's not a
music
rock-
or
rock
anything,
band.
no.
No, our clientele is older.
Yeah.
Hey now.
I was being careful.
Yes, you better be.
Any details planned yet, in case you have a big crowd? You
Oh,
haven't-
police details.
Yeah, that's what I meant, police details.
I didn't,
We can get one.
I didn't.
Hate to see you spend the money if you don't need it, but
No, we called them, because we called them for the last comedy show, and we call a fire marshal, and they're like, oh, you don't need one. But we'll certainly call them again, and if we need them, we'll have them.
Yeah, I think to your point, at least it makes sense to at least give them a heads up
Yeah,
4 nights in a
important
row.
for sure, yeah.
You know, because once people catch on for the first night and they see it the second night, you know, it may
Of course, yeah.
bring
Well,
additional.
the first night's really the comedy night, and that's gonna be, you know, people that get tickets to come to the comedy show. So
Indoor.
that's not gonna be a loud thing or anything, that's just gonna be comedians, so.
All right. Great.
Is that in the tent or in the restaurant?
In the tent.
Motion?
Okay. Have a motion, and we have 2, but we didn't talk about the next one is
Okay,
also
sorry.
for the wine and malt for them, but why don't we do this one first?
Muttering.
So the first
The
one is for the
entertainment.
outdoor entertainment, yeah.
Move to grant an outdoor entertainment permit to Roe Graham, Keith O'Callahan, The Voyager, located at 14 Marshfield Ave, Hummerock, for a St. Patrick's Day celebration with a comedy show, Irish step dancing, and live music on March 14th, from 6 p.m. until 11 p.m. on March 15th, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., on the 16th, from 6 p.m. until 11 p.m., and on the 17th, from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m.
Motion by Mr. Vignani,
Second?
second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All righty.
Good luck.
Nope, we
Thank
got one
you.
more.
Yep.
One
Now they
more,
wanna have
so
beer.
they also want to extend their one-day wine and malt licenses to, from Thursday through Sunday, from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. What's your current one?
8 AM to 1 AM.
Really?
Yeah.
Every day?
8 a.m. on Thursday?
Yes. We have 8 AM every day except for Sunday. Sundays don't start until 10.
Okay,
And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it goes to 1 AM.
And Sunday.
all right, so you don't want us to amend this, though? You want to keep 8 a.m. on Thursday?
Yeah, not that anybody's,
They already have a liquor license.
Yeah, this is for outside.
Yeah.
Right.
The reason for
It's
this is
outside.
because they want to serve alcohol outside.
Oh, just outdoor tent?
Right.
I just thought they were extending their hours. Okay.
No.
Got
It's
it,
just for out their event outside under the tent.
got it. Thank you.
So, I don't know how I feel about having it till 1 o'clock in the morning outside. Aren't you gonna move inside?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So why do you need it till 1 o'clock outside?
Well, that was it. Well, we can do it till whenever the,
The band stops?
yeah, I just didn't want, just in case somebody, like the band didn't stop until 5 past 11, or some people wanted to finish their drinks. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to get in trouble by still having a drink outside, not making sure that it was inside yet.
Well, maybe we do 11:30.
Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with moving the liquor inside once the entertainment's over. I think it's just more respectful of the neighborhood anyway.
Yeah.
So 11:30, would that work?
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing we have to take into consideration, as soon as we do it for 1, in 5 years, somebody comes back and they don't say what was going on there. They say you gave it to this establishment on this day, and I think it sets a precedent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I just, like I said, I didn't want to get in trouble if somebody still had a drink and it was like, oh my God, get it off the bar. So,
11:30 is perfect.
yeah.
Okay. Sean?
No, that's fine.
All right.
Great compromise.
Does someone want to amend the motion or make a motion?
Sure. Move that the Board of Selectmen approve one-day wine and malt licenses to the Voyage Restaurant for a St. Patrick's Day celebration in the outdoor tent on their premise from Thursday, March 14th to Sunday, March 17th, 2019, from 10 a.m. to 11:30 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Cantfield, second by Mr. Harris. Discussion?
Do you need it at 10 a.m.?
No. But like I said, just in case somebody wanted to go out there, have lunch, do something, then at least they can if they wanted to.
Are you
We're
gonna
not
s-
going to have entertainment. I'll have somebody out there at all times.
You're going to put tables out there to serve food?
Yes. I don't think many people are going to do it because it's probably going to be too cold.
Right.
But just to give people an option in case they were there. I mean, I know like St. Patty's Day, we get very busy, and I can't have that many people in the
Just to
restaurant.
accommodate all.
Yeah, I get Sunday,
it's
I'm
just
thinking Thursday and Friday, you know, it's,
Thursday, just
yeah.
coming in for the comedy
Yeah.
show. There's nobody
Thursday, I don't need it that early, and
Friday,
but
there's nobody.
no, but Saturday and Sunday would be good just to have it for the outside.
You want to amend it?
I don't, if you guys are fine with, I just,
I think the weather will dictate a lot.
I think as well, yeah.
okay.
All right, motion by Ms. Canfield, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Thank you,
we're
Madam
all
Chair.
set.
Thank you.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Maybe we'll see you.
I can't wait.
We're old enough, yeah.
Yeah, are we old enough to attend?
Yes, you are.
You're so gonna remember that?
Yeah, the young boys can go to TK's.
I love going to the pledge.
All right.
I think I'm next.
Hello, Mr. Guard.
Mr. Guard.
Good evening, everyone.
All right, next is a discussion with regards to 385 Chief Justice Cushing Highway property restriction. Stephen Guard, attorney.
So, good evening, everyone. For the record, I'm Attorney Steve Guard. With me this evening is Charlie Callahan, the owner of the property.
Hello.
As Ms. Curran pointed out, this is involving 385 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I want to thank the board for allowing us a brief opportunity to have an informal discussion relative to this particular issue that we have not really discovered, but an issue we'd like to explore a little bit. So, by way of background, and I'll keep it brief, this property was owned by the town at one point through the McDermott acquisition. I think her name was McDermott, and they bought the property. I don't recall the exact circumstances, how the town acquired the property. I don't know if we bought it because it was in Chapter 61A and we exercised the right of first refusal, but nonetheless, the town owned the property, decided to remarket the property. I think they kept some of the land in the back, but this particular parcel, the 6-acre parcel, was to be remarketed on the open market. As you can see from my submittal, I submitted to you the minutes from the meeting from July in 2002. There was a bit of an issue trying to market the property at what they think the price was. So the property was sold at a bit smaller, it went out to bid, sold to the second highest bidder because the first highest bidder backed out. On the property, the town placed a restriction that says that, I think it was number 3 of the 4 restrictions that says the property will not be subdivided. So the question that Mr. Callahan is posing to the board this evening is by way of 2 things, really. One is maybe a clarification on that, and would the board be willing to consider a waiver on that for a particular proposed division of the land. Mr. Callahan would like to divide the land not by way of a subdivision, and I say subdivision like big S under the subdivision control law, which would involve a road and frontage and drainage. He would like to divide the land in such a way that would be an approval not required. This particular property would allow a Form A lot in addition to what Mr. Callahan owns now, as well as a common driveway, 2 other common driveway lots for a total of 4 houses on the property. Those would be done as a matter of, sort of a matter of right, but for this restriction. So the first question I would have is, and I couldn't really tell from the minutes from the July meeting, whether the town meant this was not supposed to be a subdivision, or the town meant that it cannot be divided in any way, shape, or form. Because the word subdivided is used, it has that sort of statutory definition for what qualifies as a subdivision and what qualifies not as a subdivision. An A&R plan is a division of land. A subdivision is, as we all know, a road with multiple lots and things like that. So that was sort of the first thing I wanted to explore. And then the second, obviously, if the second thing we would explore would be on the alternative is, would the board be willing to allow that a waiver of the restriction? How we go about that, I'm not even sure whether that just is the board's purview or whether it would require a town meeting. It is a restriction on real estate, but not necessarily an interest, so to speak, in real estate, a fee interest like you would require a town meeting. So I think that what I submitted shows, I gave you the deeds and the minutes and whatnot. We're not here to try to, hide anything. You know me well enough that I play an open hand when it comes to the game. So, again, so that's where we're at. more of informal, what are your thoughts? What more do we need to do? Is this an issue? The other thing I would say is that Greg Morse was the engineer that provided us with a little concept plan, which I gave to you. And he couldn't make it this evening because he has a meeting in Cohasset. He was hoping to be here. The one thing he did mention was, because we vetted this out as far as the Water Resource Protection District or around the reservoir, my first reaction was, well, wait a minute, this is trying to minimize development around the water resource that we have there. And according to Greg, the development that we would propose would comply with all of the water resource protection regulations and rules as if it was there. So the only stumbling block for allowing the property to be divided is this restriction
The
that's
deed.
on title. Yeah, it's on, correct, Ms. Curran, the deed, which is not something that people would readily notice when, if you look at this land from the building department or from the planning board, it looks like it could be divided because it contains enough land and enough frontage to create these other lots. It's not until you get to the title to the property where you discover this restriction which was placed on it by the town.
So I'll just start with a couple of I was confused when this came before us last night, well, when we were reading our backup again, because I thought when you came this summer, you were just looking for permission to build one additional house on your lot. So now it's gone from 1 to 4.
Well, when I started asking about it, in order to sell the main house and get a lot for the second house, Mr. Morris came up with this plan. He said you could, and other people brought it up, that it could be possibly 4. And that's how it kind of grew to be that. But the goal is to sell the big house and move into a nice small house.
And sell the other 2 pieces of land?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just in speaking with, well, I'll have, you guys can ask questions and I can, I think it's complicated and I think we're going to have to obviously go to our town council for assistance, but let's see what other questions the board has. Karen, did you want to start? Do you have a question?
Sure, I had the same question. I didn't understand Mr. Morse's division. Which of these houses is the existing house?
The one way in the back,
That one, okay.
yeah, the one that's then kind of shaded lightly way in the back, that's
Okay,
the
so
same.
that's the existing house.
Right. And the
And-
darker ones are the proposed. new
Proposed.
home.
And what's the little doohickey is there another structure that's,
Oh, there's a barn that's on
Oh,
the
that's the
property,
barn.
that's actually, an accessory structure for the main house that's there now, and that would be, I guess would be part of the other lot, or,
so the way it's proposed now, that would go with one of these lots? And which house is it that you wanted to occupy if you were to do this?
Well, I think we still originally, we wanted to build off the barn and make the barn a place we could live. And
Oh,
then
so, yeah.
Morse came up with the idea of this house in the middle there,
Closer
just
to the highway.
doing his
yeah.
due diligence, but possibly just build off the barn and make a small one-floor living area for my wife. We want a bedroom on the first floor is our goal. And to get our child through college would be our second goal, and that's about where we're at.
Okay. Thank you for providing all that backup and doing that
Sure.
legwork, because that really helped me not
Mr.
having been here in 2002.
No, and I think that was sort of some of the confusion, because I guess when I look back, no one was really involved that's here now in 2002. Well, Sean was there, you're right, I forgot, Sean remembers.
We haven't gotten Sean yet.
But, yeah, we haven't got to Sean yet, but
Sean, what were you thinking?
Mr. Callahan, he was very much on board with me providing you with all of the relevant information, even if it wasn't necessarily helpful to our position or our suggestion. So, and he wanted to make sure that even that was out there, so you saw it all.
Okay. Well, I'd be interested in see what Mr. Harris has to say.
The abutter was Mr. Van Lanten.
Oh,
That,
right.
that proposed these 2 projects. And his idea was to protect the drinking water. And then he went on to say that we would chop off acreage, put deed restrictions on the houses, resell it. And like you said, we did not get the money we thought we were gonna get. My only question is, this would have to go to town meeting, Jim, wouldn't it?
I believe so. I've sent this to council to ask what it would take to lift the deed restriction. I
'Cause I
don't believe that it can be done as a matter of right, that it's not a subdivision of the property. It is not, as Steve said, it's not a subdivision with a capital S.
Right.
Out of the subdivision control law, but it is a subdivision of the property, so. I think at the very least, Sean, it would have to go to town meeting, but I sent this whole packet off to town council to look at it, and back to us, and tell them what would have to
I
happen.
remember going to town meeting to purchase it, and then the auction, I remember quite well.
I wouldn't make a claim either way. You definitely have to do it to buy it, because it's a fee interest. I'm not sure, but I think Jim was great. I'm grateful that Jim sent it off to town council. Wouldn't surprise me if they
Generally, to
said,
dispose of property, you need a town meeting vote.
Absolutely.
And this would be a disposition of property, so I would think it would have to go to town meeting. But I sent it off to look at it, and get back to us.
And there is not town sewer in the stretch
No.
of the highway.
no, there isn't.
Just reading some more.
I didn't think I provided you with the Oliver breakdown. This is a bit remote from the reservoir. I don't know if you can picture it. I wish I had given it to you. I didn't bring it with, oh, wait a minute, did I? No. I was thinking that was the orange from Oliver, but it isn't, this land does not abut the reservoir. It is at least 2 parcels removed. I think there's the Wilson's property,
little bit
the
of space.
old Tudor that's set way back, and then there is a large chunk of land behind that also kind of sticks out, so, just for clarification,
And was that part of the original purchase? So we bought that piece to protect and then sold the
I think a part of
front?
this is actually land that we had looked at for the Ellis swap at one point.
Oh, yeah, we
It
did.
was purchased for water protection,
here.
we couldn't use it.
The Powers and McDermott
That's right.
property, there was a
Okay.
colonial out front next to the barn that you're referring to, and it was in real poor condition. They ended up
Right.
tearing it down, if you recall. And then they built your home.
Yeah, and Jim, I was unable to determine that purchased for water protection reasons at least from the minutes that I saw, so that would be helpful too, to know that if that's why they did it. I mean, we're here to, ask, and maybe because we weren't involved back then, we should know, but,
Do you have any questions?
Well, I have all the information here. Unfortunately, I think this is exactly what they didn't want to happen. I think that's why it went for, the amount of money that it went for.
sure.
I don't think they wanted it divided at all. I think they wanted it to stay one piece of property, like everyone was saying, to buff the water supply and not to have multiple houses going on that land. So, and then, like Morris said, you came before us to try and build one small house, and now there's this, and it seems like it's, to me, pushing the envelope a little bit in terms of, I realize Greg can draw something up to say what you can do on the property, but it just seems like that wasn't the premise of the first meeting, and now, and after reading the material, I think this is, and Sean, you would know better than me, but I think this is why you put that in the deed. So,
The person looking to buy the property next to Mr. Callahan's wanted to build a horse farm for his daughter. And the abutter was nervous that this person also owns car dealerships. And so he said, he's saying that, but there'll be a car dealership there. When in fact, he wanted to build a horse farm. So we did what we did, and that's that. Chopped off the property and sold these small parcels, the 2 houses with smaller parcels for that reason.
I think to Tony's point, though, that in looking in the background information, it by putting that deed restriction on it, it did devalue the property, because we could have done this instead, but we didn't.
Yes.
And so that, to me, speaks, we'll wait and see what council has to say, but that, to me, kind of speaks to intent as well. And, it was much more enthusiastic about this when it was, to accommodate your ability to stay on the property with your family. So, well, like to see what they have to say.
2 things real quick. One, the town paid over $600,000 for the property, sold it for less than 3, because they were putting a restriction on it.
Right.
The minutes do say the property is restricted to a single-family residence. So that was done with purposeful intent. The other side of that is, to Karen's point, because they're asking for you to let them subdivide it into 4 lots, if the board wishes to proceed with something, they could say, well, you can divide it into 2 lots and not give him the additional 2 lots. That would be entirely up to you and whatever approval process that has to go through. But just because he has come in and said, I could divide it in 4, doesn't mean the town has to go along with that. You can do whatever it is you wish to approve and put before the voters.
All right, so it sounds like we just need to first get clarification from town council with regards to the proper process. That'll dictate, I would imagine, our next
Well, not
steps to
if-
discuss it as well.
Yeah. How about, the property would have been worth a lot more money had we had 4 properties. Is there any way to give him this opportunity for a cost?
Yeah.
So there could be a,
Share in it.
whatever, a share of that, and then that money the town could use for some other property, some other purpose.
Yeah, there's a way to do it.
So that's a possibility.
Sure, I mean, this wasn't, we didn't come here with 4 lots hoping to get 2 or 3, we just put forth the idea of, would you be even amenable to discussing dividing the property? It wasn't, that wasn't the point. Obviously, the plan shows 4, we could do that, but it wasn't, we didn't do 4 so that we could get 3 or 2, or,
Did you do it too?
We weren't playing, well, no, if the board wants to do 2, I mean, we'll talk. I feel funny about, I didn't come in here, I didn't try to bamboozle you with 4 and then try to get 2. We just, this is what Greg put together as far as what could happen, and then we thought, I think the issue is, Tony, first of all, it's can we lift the restriction or modify it or waive it? And then is the board willing to do that in some fashion?
Right.
Whether it's 4, 2, 1, 3, and is there money involved or not money involved? You hit all the different whistles that I thought we would be discussing, or at least bringing up to talk about, so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm inclined to want to know what the process is and what our, from town council first, before we even get to the point of deciding is it 4 or 2 or 1 or none,
Sure.
right?
That makes sense.
You
That
guys in
certainly
agreement with
makes
that?
sense.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, thank
Anything
you.
else?
No, not unless you have any other questions for us, but,
Well, I would say, just so this doesn't go on for 10 meetings, think about what we talked about and
sure.
and come back with some proposals. The way I see it, it's not supposed to have any. So does this board want to make a concession to do 1 or 4 or something? And what are you guys willing to work with to do that? So
Fair
that
enough.
we don't
Sure,
keep coming back and forth and back and forth.
understood.
Lorraine?
Understood. Why don't,
Conservation Commission saw the agenda for this also and told me today they would like to have input to this decision.
Sure. Well, that would probably be part of the process anyway, as you go through it. Yeah, okay.
why don't we not bother you folks until we hear back from town
Yeah,
council?
I mean, that's what I
So I
would,
have it, I'll distribute it.
Yeah.
I'll give a
Yeah.
copy.
We'll
to-
wait for that, and then once
Steve.
we get back, we'll ask to be put on the agenda again for another informal discussion, if that's okay.
And I would maybe suggest going to talk to Concom to see.
Sure, yeah, I wasn't aware that they were interested in this, but we're happy to discuss it with them.
Because they could
Well,
throw
because of
something
the
that
restriction.
could blow
Yeah.
it up.
Yeah,
No problem,
The intent was to protect the watershed, they're gonna wanna have a conversation.
you got it.
Amy, did you want to say anything?
No, I was just interested in
Hearing? Okay,
that's all.
okay, our conservation agent, okay. All right.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you very much, folks.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for
Thanks for your
coming
time.
All right.
I'm like very confused.
Look at you, Maura, running a good meeting.
Miss me? Just kidding. All right, we are at the interview and board and committee applicants. So first, we have some openings on the Water Resources Commission. So actually, I'm going to just take out my handout here. If we're early, I just want to make sure. This was supposed to be at 7, so we're pretty good. All right, so folks should be here. So what we'll do is we'll have some folks come up, we'll interview you, and then we usually vote at the end of the meeting. So is Jacqueline Bone, did I say that correctly? Is Jacqueline here for the Water Resources Committee? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. Kevin can't come this evening, right, Lorraine?
Correct.
Okay. Is Joanne Wyckoff here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Come on up, Joanne.
Do I go to my?
Yeah, come on up to the mic so folks can hear you.
I was forewarned of this.
Oh, no, I hope it was a good forewarning.
I'd like to give a little heads up as to what they.
I know.
What they need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me just get
That's on
down to,
47.
let's give the folks a moment just to get down to
Applications.
your background that we have.
47.
But while we're doing that, if you would just mind introducing yourself, where you live, kind of how long you've been in town, and what your interest and background is for your interest for the Water
Right.
Resources Commission.
So my name is Joanne Wyckoff, and I just moved here in July. I live at 154 Turner Road
Oh.
in Scituate, which is right on the water, or almost right on the water. And I mean, I think I started coming to meetings probably in August. I saw you at one of them, or September, just as to educate myself, because things were coming up all the time. And I really liked the group, and I would, it's partially, I just want to learn all about the water situation in this town and contribute whatever I can. I have certain talents, and if they can be used, fine. But
And talk to us a little bit about
well, most of
what you think you can bring to the
well,
committee. I know.
it's hard to know because I'm still kind of digesting, fish ladders and the conservation and the watersheds and trying to figure out where everything is in this town. But if there was ever any sort of need to, I can digest an enormous amount of material because I've worked in book publishing for so many years. So I can digest, and I'm a very good writer and a very good editor. And if there was ever any need for anybody to compose or compile or write any sort of large document, I'd be happy to help. That's usually the task no one wants to do.
And that's a great skill, because a lot of what the Water Resources Commission does is come to us with different policies and procedures and things that they would like to implement in order to help us conserve
Yeah.
our water.
Yep,
So that's a great skill set.
And grant writing.
Yep.
yeah,
There we
right,
go.
grant writing, yeah, the whole bit. I teach proposal writing, so, I'm pretty experienced at helping others do it as well as doing it myself, so.
Great, and I'm so impressed that you just moved here in July and you're jumping right in, so I think that's,
Well,
that's
yeah,
terrific.
I know. Well, it was like water was hitting me in every, this is kind of like my neighbor. I was watering my lawn.
Gasp.
Exactly. She came, I said, thank you so much for coming over and telling me to stop. So she alerted me to everything. Anyway, and having, a purification
fun.
system in my house, it's all new to me. But I made a commitment to the community, so.
Very nice.
And there was a literary agent, probably, her name was Christina Ward. She lived here for many years. I don't think she was in town politics at all, but she was another reason why. She has since unfortunately passed on, but she was another reason I decided to come here.
Great.
She loved the town.
Tony?
Well, it's too bad you got that violation.
I know. I'm telling you myself. No, she was afraid I would.
Well, you just
She was
confessed it in
properly
front of...
informed.
So I stopped immediately after one quart.
And
She
look
didn't
at you
shower
making
for a week,
reprimands, joining a committee.
I know.
So you have a skill set
Yeah.
that's helpful on any committee, clearly. You have enthusiasm and, an interest, so those are three of the most important things, I think. So I think you'd be an asset to the committee, and,
Thank you.
you're going to the meetings already, so clearly...
Yeah. And if you don't vote me in, I'll still go.
Well, that's good to know, because,
I don't have any other questions, though. You live by the water, I assume that's why you're concerned about it. You drink the water in town, so you...
Yeah. It was one of the, people come here for the water. So it's just water I've never lived so close to the water before, so it's really been a challenge, but also
it
it's
gets
wonderful.
close sometimes.
Yeah, it's very close, yeah.
Karen?
How many positions are open on the Water Resources? Maureen?
It's only executive action.
Oh, sorry, a lot of paper. Because
I think there was
there's two, and there's three applications that just, so we probably won't decide tonight because there's one more person to interview. But, yeah, no, it's great that you're already coming to the meetings and you've met the people. It is a great committee. I have
Yeah.
the benefit of being the
It is.
liaison, and
Yeah.
it's a very thoughtful group that's doing important
Yeah, no,
work for the
it's been
town.
Great. I've enjoyed it.
So thanks for, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
To Scituate.
Sean?
No, just thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Joanne, thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll let you know, I think as Karen said, since we have one gentleman who is not able to be here tonight, we probably won't vote on the water resources tonight, because we want to give him an opportunity to come in as well. Don't feel like you have to sit here till the end of the meeting.
We're going to be here all night.
No, she just, I don't think she pulled out, she just
Okay, so
isn't
there's two
here.
more
So there's two
people,
more
yeah.
that we have to interview, in case Jackie comes
Oh,
to,
yeah.
Jacqueline, sorry, called her Jackie, I don't know that she likes that. Jacqueline didn't attend. We'll see if she walks in. Okay. So next would be, we also have some positions open on the Economic Development Commission. We have two on that one as well, Lorraine?
I believe we have one opening,
Just one? Okay.
and there are 3 applicants.
Okay, great. Is Miriam Brown Wall here? Hi, Miriam. Come on up, come on down. Thank you for coming in this evening. If you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in joining the EDC.
I'm Miriam Brownwall. I live at 31 Booth Hill Road. I've been in town since '81. I'm interested because my husband has had his dental practice in North Scituate since '81. And we've sort of been on the periphery of downtown there.
Yep.
And I'm at a point in my life that I can get more involved. I have more opportunity time-wise. And I just think it's important to join the fight, to make sure that we're getting more people into town and making sure there's more opportunities for businesses, and the businesses that are here are being supported.
And what is your vision? I mean, you live in North Scituate. I would imagine that you have a lot of passion for what's going to take place there.
Or what doesn't take place there.
Okay.
I mean, that's the
that too.
problem. It's just sort of stagnant, and I think it needs to be supported a little more than it is, in a lot of ways.
Okay. Did you want to share any of those thoughts tonight, or
No,
not really?
it might make me a marked woman.
Oh, no, not necessarily. It's just good to hear what people's vision is for the different villages that we have.
She wants you to put her on the committee before she tells you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Now you're marked.
I mean,
He's just kidding.
we've been frustrated at both the House and the office because of the sewer project never being large enough to accommodate the town as it was originally planned to be.
Yeah.
And honestly, what's happening at Proving Grounds is kind of sticks in my craw, because they were put on sewage and we're still floundering out there. And so many other, on the highway, still hasn't been covered. So I just think there needs to be a voice for that aspect of it. I also think that I guess that's all.
That's good. No, that's fine, and there are a lot
There's
of
more,
sewer
but-
initiatives going on now, so the great thing about joining some of these committees is that you actually get to hear some of the projects that are in the works.
Right.
With the regional sewer project that we're working on as well, that might help allay some of those frustrations that you
Right,
have.
and, I see the
Yeah.
empty storefronts, and that's frustrating. Because it
Absolutely.
could be much more vibrant.
Agreed. I'll go this way. Karen, any questions?
Oh, so many, but we have so many to talk to tonight. No, thank you for coming in. I guess with the economic development, and we're all frustrated with North Scituate, but sewer's not going to come tomorrow, so I'm wondering if you have some ideas that, as a business in North Scituate that you think could
So I think
help
that's
and-
part of the reason, so even when there are North Scituate events,
Yeah.
somehow or other, our office is left out of the communication that goes on. So this might be a way to get us more involved
okay.
in that. There seems to be a line drawn at our property line, they forget us, because of the last building in commercial.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Sean?
No,
Yeah, so-
I'm not, don't
Oh,
yet.
you don't have anything?
No, I do. Just not, I don't want to leave just yet.
You're not
I
outta
haven't
here.
forgotten yet. I'll be there in March for my cleaning.
I won't be. My days in that office have passed.
But I couldn't think of a better person to put on this committee. Her and her husband, and now her family, have, it's what every town wants, what they have done to North Situate. Great business practice they have, and like Mrs. Wall said, she's got the time now, and living, working in North Situate, that's even better. We all share your concerns. If Ann Burbine was here, she'd be jumping out of her seat. So you're covered when you're not here, but still, I couldn't agree with you more. And if there's, like Karen said, we hope Sue is going to come very soon, and I think we'll see a huge change in North Situate. But in the meantime, what can you do in the meantime? So,
And I think it's difficult for businesses to see transition, if they need to sell their business, the whole problem of, is there a sewage there that, a septic tank that'll handle?
right,
Or are you grandfathered in, or are you going to have to spend $40,000 or $50,000?
right. And it's just, the soils just can't support with the ledge and so forth, anything of any
Right.
water volume. So, again, I thank you for stepping up and.
I mean, I've spent a decade on the charter school board, so I've done this before, but, been involved in the community. I'm not coming out of the trees.
Great.
Thanks.
Tony?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is, I like the fact, I see your passion and stuff in terms of what's going on. The EDC is broader than North Situate, so I want to make sure that you're not
Absolutely.
just task-driven, I'm getting on this committee so I can fix my backyard type stuff. And I don't think you are, but I'm just saying, that it is, there's stuff going on all over town.
Right.
North Situate, all of us here, if we could get sewer there tomorrow, we would. So, that was the one concern. I think you've done stuff, like you said, and you've been involved in the town and the businesses, that's applicable to the harbor, it's applicable to Greenbush, it's applicable to everywhere, and the EDC is town-wide, although
Right.
I think
And it's
maybe some.
not just those
right.
core places,
Right.
it's everybody.
And I think some attention to North Situate wouldn't hurt either. Some of the other things about, events going on there, that's really not the purview of EDC, but I think that's,
No.
But maybe you can get those groups together as EDC to come through on functions, so, I think you'd be an asset to the committee. See where it goes.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you for coming in, and thank you for submitting your name. Hopefully you heard me earlier. We'll decide later, as long as everyone has an opportunity for EDC to come forth tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Is John McInnes here this evening? Hi, John.
How are you?
Great, thanks. Come on forward. You could just give us your name and address and a little brief background as to your interest in EDC.
Okay, John McInnes, 93 Stockbridge Road, corner Stockbridge, Greenfield. I've been in town 17 years. My wife grew up here. Interest in the EDC is, I love the town. I like to get involved in things. Potential, it just seems to be massive in this town. We got such a beautiful little town and just a lot of things. The potential for the town, you see things happen in other towns, other places, and you say, why not here? So.
Can you share one of those things that you see that I'm just curious.
North Scituate, Greenbush, they're doing some nice things down there. You want to make sure that they're done correctly for the future. I went to one meeting and listened to them, and the different ideas that they have, but the ideas are fantastic of what I heard. And you just got to keep in line of that. There's no reason why. North Scituate, the same thing. You have the shopping center's Derby Street. Why can't we have a little Derby Street in North Scituate? Why can't we have it in Greenbush? Accessible, there's parking, Greenbush especially. And the brewery is done really well. A lot of people coming in town for that.
Yep.
The bagel place looks like it's gonna be a nice little hit. The apartments are nice. By the way, I was for the Toll Brothers. I just think that the town needs revenue.
Yeah.
We need tax revenue, or the taxes are just gonna keep going up. The taxes have gone up considerably since I've been here. And at what point do we, all the old folks that aren't going to be able to afford to keep going?
Right.
You know, they're going to be booted out of town because they can't afford to keep paying the taxes. That's, you know, my own opinion.
Yep. Nope, so looking
It's
to
move
increase the
forward.
commercial
You can't,
base.
you like to have the little old town and this, but you also need to move forward and plan for the future.
Great. Sean, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Jack, thank you for
Bouncing around here.
tossing your hat in the ring. I was just looking, I wish we could, now I have a problem, 2 for 2. But any other committees you might be interested in if this one, if you didn't get appointed to
I'm
this?
just looking to volunteer some time, so I'm, whatever the need is. It wasn't necessarily the economic, it's just to put myself out and donate some time. I work at home. I have time, you know, I'm lucky enough to have some time to do some things. I know a lot of people in town, you know, so if I can volunteer and do something, I'm open for anything.
Good,
You know?
good. Lorraine will call you tomorrow, there'll be probably 3 committees you're gonna be on.
I mean, this is just, I'm in business, so I look at it as,
It's a good match.
you look at it as a business opportunity. Everything is an opportunity.
Yeah.
And I've built a little business in 30 years, and it's all, you know, it's just an opportunity that's there, and you need to look at it. You need to have people that are going to move forward with it and look and see what the opportunities are, whether they're the right opportunity to do at the time.
Makes sense. And Lorraine, these are the only committees that have openings, right?
Right now, I mean, it just so happened we had a position that we needed to fill, but we're also going to be coming up on our spring board and committee.
Oh, before you know it,
renewals.
yeah. Yeah.
So anybody who doesn't get appointed, we can certainly keep them because some people are for renewal on EDC
Yep.
and then will not.
So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, oh, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm here to volunteer. If the volunteer isn't needed, then I'm okay. I'm not going to, believe me, if.
Oh,
you
no,
know.
we need people. Tony, anything?
Yeah, hi, Jack. Thanks for coming in. You know, I think they're saying this because there's three good candidates, one spot, and
Yeah.
that makes them difficult. So business sense, you know, coming in, obviously, the municipal side of the world is different than the real world. So it's, there's an adjustment mentality and time frame wise, which you learn very quickly. But I think you'd be an asset to come in and look at things. I think, you know, we've got a lot of, we're talking about another committee in a minute, you know, the aggregation stuff that has business sense to it as well, that I think, you know.
Yeah, like I said,
type of mindset is good.
you know,
But I think just in terms of Scituate, you know Scituate, you've been here for a while, you know, and you're entrenched in the community, and I think you'd be an asset to the board and helping them do things. I think the initiatives are all, I really don't know exactly what they're working on right now, but they've done little projects here and there to kind of bolster and try and bring business, and like you said, the tax dollars have to be buffered by some activity in town if we can, and it's good to have that mindset going into things, so I think that thought process is good.
Well, Tony brings up a good point, because I don't think we have as many applicants for openings on the aggregation, right? I think we only have 4 applicants, and isn't it a 5 or 6 member committee?
5, I
5 to
believe.
7.
5 to 7. So you know, not knowing where anything's going to go, but that may be another great fit for you, if that's of interest to you. So you might want
again, interest is volunteering.
to,
so
okay, awesome. That's good to
I'm
know.
good with whatever. Like I said, either way, it's not going to break my heart. It's not going to stop me. It's not going to, you know, I'm going to continue to do what I do.
But we need good people like yourself, too.
Hope for the best of the town.
We don't like to lose good folks that step forward and want to assist.
right.
Yeah,
Can I have my 2 cents?
absolutely.
So I've known Jack for pretty much the whole time that we've both been in this town. And when he's being modest because he's built quite a successful business on because of his talents. And when he said he was interested in involving himself in town business, I very much encouraged him on this committee in particular, not realizing we had, you know, all these people interested, but his background and experience of really starting from the ground up and moving things forward, I would strongly recommend that we consider his application, because I know that he's got the vision that can really help in some of these areas that we're really trying to expand our tax base.
Thank you.
There you go. Very good. Anything else?
No?
Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for coming in.
And thanks for
Thanks.
putting your name
Have a great
forward.
night.
You as well. Warren Talbot. How are you this evening?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
No problem.
So I think you've seen sort of what the
Yeah.
process here. If you
Sure.
could introduce yourself to us. I know you're here as well for the Economic Development Commission.
Right, yes. Okay, my name is Warren Talbot. I live at 74 Marion Road down in Sand Hills. I've been there since 1980. What do? I'm semi-retired. I was in the newspaper industry for 50 years. 25 or 26 of those years, I was one of the editors at the Patriot Ledger. I left them in 2005, and then I went on sort of a sabbatical. And now I'm a real estate broker. I work out of Quincy. I renewed my license after many years, my wife and I, so I'm working out of Quincy now. Basically, I have time on my hands, and like Mr. McGinnis before me, I really was looking for an entry into trying to be involved in a town, be involved in a town. I never was able to do that before because my job wouldn't allow me to do it because of the ethical, issues of being an editor and reporter and then being involved in town government. You're not supposed to do that, which is good. But now I'm available to try to do something that would be helpful to town. All three of my kids went through the school system. Two of them have moved away. My daughter still lives in town. Two grandchildren go to public schools here. And I feel I have some sort of a interest in trying to help somehow. That's it. What do I know about economic development? Well, I know what I see around town. I know what I like and I know what I don't like. I get concerned when I see a lot of places, empty stores, empty shops. Why is that occurring? I don't have any grand designs. I think I would look at this as being something that I could learn at, try to learn as I'm going along. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's it.
That's great.
No, I think, my profession has made me analytical. I can gather information. I can get through all of the garbage stuff, and I can write good reports. I'm a very good writer and editor. I can communicate well that way. I can cut through the haze of stuff. And I consider myself very analytical. I could look at stuff and explain it and think it through.
It's a good skill set to add to the group. Did you have any questions specifically?
Just
Mr.
if there was one part of kind of economic development that you really thought your strengths, you mentioned business, getting businesses to town, kind of.
Look, I'm not going to blow smoke at you. No, I don't know. I'm not a business person. Yeah, I'm a real estate broker, but that's a different kind of thing. When I came here, what was I thinking? Well, does this committee have anything to do with trying to promote the town outside its boundaries to make it a destination? I have people friends of mine that live in other parts of the state, other parts of the country, and they say, well, should I, come to Scituate for the beach? Should I go to the Cape instead of Scituate? Sometimes they say, well, come to Scituate instead. I have to, when I was thinking about it too, now that I've been around town more than I have been in years past because of having to be away a lot, I enjoy going downtown in the harbor and using the local stores down there, the shops and stuff. I think we did all our Christmas shopping down there this past year, whereas before we didn't. It's my personal life experiences, and my wife and I just feel that it would be a time to sort of give back. I spent many years helping to run the youth football league here, and then myself, along with other people, I founded the youth lacrosse. So I have been involved, but not since my kids have grown up.
Thanks.
That's all.
It's all good. Sean?
3 great volunteers, individuals with different backgrounds. One thing that did jump out to me, what would you say would draw people to this town? You know, when you were talking, I was thinking, yeah, I've gone to a gun quit up in Maine, and boy, if we could make our town like that. You know, but this is a tough committee, and I've said that when it was first formed. It's almost like your hands are tied, because, you know, 3A is going to remain the way it is, and you just go to Cohasset, and you can see how they have...
I think a big difference here, I mean, I've heard in the past, I've heard people say, well, why can't we be like Newburyport? Well, you can't be like Newburyport, because Newburyport's a city with like 90,000 people in it, or 60,000, or something like that. It's a different thing altogether. Geography is different. But you could be smaller in a way. The craft, well, I don't want to call it that. The stores in the harbor that sell I'm not, you know, the nice things,
I know what
the
you
Shiner and, you know, Welch Company and stuff like that. Those are nice places to go to. The restaurants, I mean, how many of them can you cram into the area? I don't know how many you can cram into the area, you know? It's, again, I'm fumbling for words because I don't want to blow smoke at you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no,
Open to helping.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, I wonder what's going to happen to the bank building in North Situate. What's going to happen to that?
And the one in the harbor.
And the one at the harbor, right, yeah, you know. And why did they put that bank ATM machine where it is? I mean, you can't even get to it. I mean, you can't park in front of it.
Oh,
It's on a drive-through now.
The one.
And if you want to, you know, they say, well, parking's in the back, but where is the parking in the back? I
Yeah.
don't know. So, whose idea was that?
Landlord.
Okay. well,
Yeah.
The only thing I want to say, because there are, I mean, it's such a great problem to have people that are interested in serving, but whether or not you're appointed to a committee, it doesn't mean you can't go to every meeting and contribute,
Right, yeah.
you know? And
Yeah.
I would encourage everybody, whether they're here tonight or listening, is all these committees are always open. And if you have an interest like you might find that you want to attend a couple of the meetings and find one that fits you well, or develops an interest you have. So, and I'm not singling you out.
Oh,
but
no, I mean,
in general.
like Mr. McGinnis,
Yeah.
if there was something else that came along, I'd be interested,
Great.
but not the technical one that's coming up.
Did you say you've attended some of these meetings in the past? I can't remember.
Years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time
All right.
since I've done any of that. I mean, you people weren't even here. Yeah.
He was.
No, I don't even think you were.
That's a long time ago, Mr. Tom.
I know. So which tells me it's just like, I've been a long time here and really haven't been involved enough, but now I think I have time to do it.
No, we appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
And so,
Thanks for coming in.
have a good night, and I think we'll vote at the end of the evening, so up to you whether or not you want to stay tuned.
Getting your jammies.
All right.
You won't be penalized if you leave.
Yeah, you won't. No.
No, talking all three of you.
Kidding. Yeah, exactly. So, okay, the next bunch of candidates are for the Community Choice Aggregation Committee. When we wrote the charge for this committee that town meeting approved, it really is a committee that reports up to Jim and works to Jim. But I think we still want to be interested to make sure that we have a nice balance on the committee of candidates that not only are interested in green energy, but are also interested in, you know, talking about the benefit overall to our taxpayers. So Lisa Bertola, I know Lisa's here. You want to come on up? I know you're one of the first candidates, so we'll just kind of go through quickly. I mean, we're pretty familiar, Lisa, I mean, since you were one of the authors. But just for the public,
Sure.
I think it makes sense, yeah.
Sure.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Lisa Bertola. I live at 52 Elm Street in Scituate. I've lived here for 20 years and visited many times before growing up in Braintree. I was a town meeting member in Braintree when I lived there. I have 3 children who have gone through the Scituate school system. My youngest is now in high school in Scituate, and 2 are in college. I own a home, pay taxes, and my day job is completely unrelated to energy and, renewables, but I do work in the field of health and wellness and employee benefits. So I'm very familiar with collective bargaining, and I know what a balanced and well-vetted decision is all about that requires input from different sides. I work with unions and management all the time, so I'm used to that exchange. And I respect the process of gathering input from different sides. I've put a tremendous amount of time into this because I truly feel that it's important to consider our energy choices and the sourcing of those choices at this point in time, especially with children and thinking of the future of the town and community at large. So I'm passionate about it, you know that. I helped co-author the resolution and the proposal to pursue investigating community choice aggregation. I've worked with town committees before. I worked with the wind turbine exploration committee with Al Bangert, Paul Reedy, Peter Toppin, Jay Silva. I forget everyone who was on that committee, but I was used to coming and learning and kind of gathering information on that and do outreach in the community about the pros and cons of putting in a wind turbine. So I'm used to that kind of process of getting the feedback, trying to get the facts straight, keep passions, at a minimum, and make an educated decision. So I've done that. I also helped put together the Teak Sherman Community Garden, which is right across from St. Luke's. We have 30 plots that we get minimal funding from New England Grassroots Environmental Fund, and we had a little bit of seed money from the CPC. And we now have, people from the food pantry and other local residents use that for growing food, and they give back a portion to the food pantry. So that's a nice community project that I help work on and still do. So I just feel that green energy is important, and this legislation, which we didn't have anything to do with, was out there. So it was really just a matter of joining the other 40-plus and growing numbers of cities and towns in Massachusetts that have taken advantage of this and getting us on board to work with our affiliation with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council and their knowledge of this process, and trying to put forward a proposal in Scituate for residents to get greener energy, because the fact just seems that, it's hard to navigate as a consumer all the options out there and know if you're getting a good deal or not. I think there's a lot about consumer protection related to community choice aggregation. It's not just about getting green energy in there. It's about people feeling somewhat assured that their choices have been vetted and that they're sound. So I am passionate about it, but I'm also willing to listen to the naysayers and work it out as a group.
I just have one question before I go to the board. Are you a member of the South Shore Sustainable, or just, so you both are? So you and Lisa Scanlon, you're both a member of that? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I just wanted to double check, make sure. Because I think our charge is 1 member, right? Or is it at least 1 member?
It's
Jim?
at least.
At least 1 member. Okay, that's why I just wanted to double check and put that right out there.
Sure.
All right, Karen, did you have a question?
No, we're so familiar with your work,
Yeah.
and I, as you know, I'm very excited about this exploration. I can't imagine, at least the 2 of you have put so much work into it. Your leadership would be very helpful in the next stage.
Great, thank you.
Any comments, Sean? Questions for Lisa?
No, I mean, we've, met her a bunch of times, that's for sure. I mean, if it wasn't for you and Lisa, it wouldn't have happened. But I do have to comment on the other list of things. Would she be willing to serve on other committees?
Would I?
ZBA, well, no, I'm just going to say, I've never seen this written in list. I think you wrote this in, ZBA, someday. I just thought that's kind of neat.
I wish I had more time.
But no, thank you. I appreciate it. You've done a lot of work, both of you have, to
Yeah.
not only just jump on, but you're the one that created it, so, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Tony?
Yeah, Lisa, your excitement, your passion, your knowledge of the subject is definitely warranted to be on the committee. We've had a little pushback over the years in the conversation about it, and that's all I want to make sure is that the committee's involved with people that, that are also going to give you that pushback, so that it gets vetted out as well as it can.
I welcome it.
And you have over the conversations we've had, and I know you will going forward, and, we're all just looking for what's in the best interest of the town, so
Sure.
I think you'd be a great person. I think you deserve to be on there, so.
Yeah. I didn't know you had bargaining experience, so I think that's a great asset to the committee as well, I know Jim has bargaining experience, obviously, as well, but it's nice to have some of that additional, so thank you.
Thank you.
Strong candidate, obviously, yep.
Thank you very much.
William Chapman? Mr. Chapman? How are you this evening?
Fine, how are you?
I'm great. If you could just, your name and address for the record, and then the background that you have to share that you think would be helpful
Before we
in
start, I
working through
think the
this.
key to North Situate is bringing Jamie's back.
Yeah, that's up to Jamie, I know.
My name is Bill Chapman, I live at 605 Hatherley Road. We've been in town for 40 years and plan to stay. My wife Julie's a real estate broker in town and has been all of that time. My background is in the energy industry. I worked for 30 years at Boston Gas and was in the beginning of this deregulation when the DPU and the national regulators decided that customers could buy their energy source from a private supplier instead of from the utility. And the separation came about because the key to the utility industry is the distribution system. They have the wires for the electric company and the underground pipes for the gas company, and they buy the commodity on top of that as a separate piece of the pricing. So they decided there really isn't any need for the utilities to be buying the commodity because they have to buy for every person who needs heat or electricity, including low-income people, people who don't pay their bills, and everyone pays the price. So they decided that individuals in commercial and industrial establishments could buy the commodity portion of their needs, gas and electric, from a private supplier. And it's been that way for 10 to 15 years now. So I've been in the business. I've been the supplier who sold gas and electricity to communities in the Boston area, city of Malden, the city of Somerville, to large industrial entities, Department of Defense contracts for every military base in New England, the entire Boston school system, 175 buildings. So I know both ends of the business from experience. And it just seemed to me that this is really kind of a freebie. All you have to do is go out and find a supplier. I mean, there's a lot of work, and there may be some expense to it. Find a supplier that you trust, and you can pass the savings on, to the residents and the businesses in town and the government buildings and all of that. And I know there are probably 40 to 50% of the communities in Massachusetts have already taken advantage of that. So it's something I'm experienced with and I'm comfortable with, and I just thought perhaps I could be of some help.
When I read your resume, I certainly thought that myself, that you have terrific experience that could really lend, be very beneficial to the committee.
It's not going to be easy. You have to file a plan with the DPU, and I've testified before the DPU as well, as an employee of Boston Gas.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable doing that. But, there'll be a lot of, the paperwork that drives this whole thing will take a huge effort.
And you said you're retired, right?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
retired.
so there's no conflict or
And
anything.
my wife thinks I need something else to do, so.
Don't worry, we'll take care of you.
And I can't play golf in the winter, so I don't know what else I should do. But it's really the advantage of the whole thing is you don't have to build anything. and you don't have to buy anything. You just change suppliers and take advantage of the market opportunity that exists. You know, you don't have to build a windmill, you don't have to do
Right.
any of that stuff.
Yeah,
You just buy it from a different, a different entity.
just give folks the opportunity.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's there for the taking. And the DPU has seminars. They're really, and I've gone through their website a few times. They're really willing to help communities put this together. And since it's already been done, all of the local communities here, Abington, Rockland, Bourne, I forget, Plymouth, are already doing. I'm sure those people would share their experience in what they had to do, how long it took, what type of outside help they needed. But it's, it just seems like, you just tee it up and it's there. So, I'd like to offer my services to do that.
Well, thank you for doing that.
So,
I know some folks have questions. Karen, did you have a question?
Well, no, I've been a neighbor of the Chapmans for 20 years, and I didn't know we had such deep talent, right? But I can tell you he'd be a great asset
well, thank you.
to the committee.
Thank you.
Perfect fit.
I know.
Perfect.
Tony, any questions, Mr. Chapman?
No, the only component that, the purchase of it is the green, connection to it as well as that. So that'll be the bigger challenge in getting.
Yeah, I don't have any background in that.
Yeah.
My end is really in acquiring the commodity and have it distributed to the community, all of the businesses and all of that type of thing. And I'm a user. We buy our electricity from a private supplier.
Okay.
All the stuff you get in the mail, it really works.
Yeah,
It really works.
okay.
So,
Thanks for applying.
I think you're a great fit. So, I think, I don't know how this is going to go down, because we don't really appoint you guys, but I'm sure you'll hear from Jim and Lorraine's office
Okay.
pretty quickly after this. But thank you. I think you're a terrific fit, and I think your experience will be immensely valuable. So we appreciate you coming
Okay.
forward.
Thank you.
And we're going to keep your wife happy.
Yeah, Julie will be happy.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Meetings every lunchtime.
Is James Fessenden here this evening?
Oh, I know.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you this evening?
Doing well, thank you.
Welcome. I think you've
Thank
seen
you.
the routine. If you could
Yes.
just state your name and address for the record, and we've got your terrific resume here as well, so if you
Sure.
can kind of share a few highlights and how you think it can contribute to this committee.
Sure. So James Fessenden, I go by Jamie. I live at 100 Clap Road, right at the corner of Clap Road and Booth Hill. We've been in town for 5 years, just over 5 years now. We love living in Scituate. Have not been too involved outside of going to town meetings and voting for more fields and things like that. But I've been in the utility industry, mostly doing air pollution control projects since early this century. And I saw this committee come up and thought it might be a good way to get involved.
That's great.
And so, I mean, on the power side, I've got a good understanding of the energy markets, both on the thermal side and developing that expertise on the renewable side as well. And I also know where to get the information. It's what I've been doing for the last several years.
No conflict of interest in anything that you do with regards to choosing anybody?
Currently unemployed, so I have no conflict of interest with
Oh,
anybody
okay.
right now, so I have time and,
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good timing then.
yes.
Okay. Sean, Karen, anybody have questions for Mr. Fessenden? I said it
No,
wrong.
I was-
No, you
apologize.
got it right, yeah.
I read your resume and I understood a half of it.
So he must be good.
So you must be.
No, it means that you can do a better job.
No, just thank you for being new in the town
Yeah.
and jumping in. It seems another good fit.
Yeah.
How often are they gonna meet and
That's what I was gonna ask
all
Jim,
that sort
too.
of
Yeah,
stuff?
what's the expectation,
It's going to
Jim?
depend on the committee. I have a consultant lined up to meet with them. If they want to go with that consultant, we can go right into it. If they want to hire a new consultant, I'll have to bid it out. And then they'll meet as often as they need to meet to get this up and running.
And are you looking late afternoons? Well,
That's up to them.
Okay,
Because
whatever works for them.
looking at the people I have to choose from, I'm gonna point them in a direction, say, let me know when you're done, and get everything back to me, because they know more about this than I do.
Yeah, we have some.
I turn the switch, light comes on, I'm like, oh, that's good.
Okay. Right, Tony?
Yeah, no, great resume, right field, desire to do it, so I think you've got the, good core knowledge of stuff that I think would move the committee along quicker, so.
Yeah. All right, easy
That was easy.
peasy.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you, Jamie, and you will hear from
Super.
Right.
Thank you.
Jim and
Thank you
Lorraine.
for your service.
Afterwards, yeah.
Postcard.
All right, I don't
At
think
the end.
Scott, I don't see Scott Greenbaum, so he also applied. And then Lisa Scanlon. How are you, Lisa?
Really well. How are you doing?
Good.
You know a little bit about this, huh?
Just a little.
Yeah. So just for the record, we
Of course.
just, yeah.
Hi, Lisa Scanlon, 15 Poplar Ave. Been in Scituate for 9.5 years now.
Great. So Lisa, you were also co-authored with Lisa Bertola on this whole initiative, so thank you. So just for the record, I think the public, but Lisa was one of the ones that brought this forward as well. So highly engaged in the process and looking to bring green energy. But anything you want to add?
My professional background and strengths lie in communication, particularly marketing communication, writing, which I know is going to be a big piece to this, is getting the word out there and letting people know opt-in and opt-out abilities that they have, all of that. So I'm excited about, and also just, passion is the green energy, but it's also just so tired of getting the knocks on the door and having our neighbors getting the knocks on the door of this great offer of energy, where it'd be great for them to be able to say, nope, my town's already taken care of me.
Right.
Getting the best, deal that I can get, so.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Lisa?
No, well-known and well appreciated that you still want to keep fighting with us.
Sean?
Maybe to both Lisas, you heard my reservations back when. So how would it work if a resident had questions? Who would they contact? Can they contact either one of you? Or would we have them contact Town Hall? Could you?
They'll probably have them do it through us.
Okay.
Town Hall. Yeah. That'd be the easiest way to do it.
That's all, just to be user-friendly is what I was, and I'm sure you are, and that was just my
No,
concern. that's all.
absolutely. And
One of the things you have to do through this whole process, Sean, is you have to generate a whole set of public information sheets that get printed and get posted, and there's a whole large public information component of the whole process that they have
Is
to
there a
go
public hearing process of it, so people can ask questions? Like, I don't
through.
remember, just,
I'm pretty sure there is a public hearing, yeah.
okay.
yeah, the great thing about it is, from what we found anyway, was that the broker is supposed to sort of fund all of that.
Right.
And they have the major, so it shouldn't be a whole bunch of additional
Really,
work.
no cost to us, they have to do all the work.
Okay. Tony? Did you want to?
I think Lisa's great. I think she'd be great on the committee. She's done all the work with Lisa as well. I think, you hit the nail on the head. It's really just communicating it to the public so that everybody knows it. And if we don't have to have meetings, that doesn't mean we can't have meetings. So we can have meetings, and we can inform people, and we can go on Facebook, and we can go in the paper, and we can just let people know what's going on. I don't think anyone's against saving money or using green initiatives. So, there's technicalities of it that I think we need to just explain to people, and then as long as they know what they're doing, they can make an educated decision and go one way or the other. So I think you're great at that, and I think the two of you work great as a team. So I think I think you guys will be great on the committee. So plow forward and finish this thing.
Win-win.
Thank you.
Bring it home.
Jamie, can we call you Lisa?
Yeah. Thank you for
right,
waiting
thank
and
you.
staying,
Thank
and you'll get a call from Jim's
From that
office,
guy.
yeah.
Can't say that.
It'd be just easier if we had the same
Well, I'm
name
just
for
saying
every
that
committee.
either way, they'll get a
that?
call. That's what I'm
Everybody on
saying. I'm
this
not
would be
saying
Lisa, and
anything
everyone
other
on
than that.
Capital can be
So they're going to get a call.
Chris.
All right, so next, before we take a break, it's a little bit behind here, the capital plan review. So, Chris, if you give us a moment to get out our capital books and the plan. Chris Kasia, Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee. Anybody else from your committee here tonight, Chris, or just yourself?
Peter Gates is here. He's my school committee rep.
Okay, great. Peter, did you want to come up with him?
No, I'm good here.
Just giving you the opportunity.
This is what happens when I call a meeting.
All right.
Start at the very beginning.
So I guess if you could give us sort of a high-level overview, Chris.
I have a written statement that I'm ready to go.
Oh, all right, that's fine, and then just walk
So I
through.
can blow through it, stop me if you have a question.
We used to get a sort of a summary of your review and what you approved and what you didn't. Do you have that this evening? No? Okay,
No, my secretary has got a night job or something now, and
all right, well, okay, that's all right, we'll walk through this then.
but I will give you that summary. Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Chris Karsha, 119 Stockbridge Road, Chairman, Capital Planning Committee. To start off, thanking the members of my committee, Frank Nash, Jack Whitaker, Joe Gibbons, my school committee rep, Peter Gates, town administrator, Jim Boudreau, my advisory rep, Anthony Antonello, makes every meeting, he's just a ball to have at the meetings. My Board of Selectmen rep, Karen, thank you. I have a new member, just appointed today, Michael Clark. I think you guys know him from Waterways?
Oh.
Water resources.
Water resources, that's
Yep,
what it
you know Mike.
was. Good guy, has a good head for this, wants to get into this game, I guess. Especially want to thank town accountant, finance director, provider of the candy bowl, which is notably absent right now. Her expertise, knowledge, her assistance are incredible. One of the biggest projects she did for us this year is we changed the format of the book. I don't know if you guys noticed from the past years, but it's a lot easier to use. The information is easier to find, and she added a ton more information for us. So it made the job much different this year, much more efficient. Moving on, as always with the committee, the research and discussions that we had with all the department heads was very thoughtful, very thorough. I think some of them got a little more grilling than they prepared for, but in the end, everybody survived. One of the topics that we discussed, and some of the information that Nancy provided us with this year, was the balances in open capital projects. So there are balances remaining from projects that were approved by the town going as far back as 2011. I think I may have even found one from 2010. So these just open funds that that the town voted on 9 years ago that haven't been spent yet. So what are you doing with this? Where's this, fund stand? So we want to get a control of that, get more of a handle on these funds and either get them back to the town or spend them. Nancy showed us there's a way that we can move them to other projects. The committee, as a committee, we believe that there should be stronger oversight and accountability of these funds. Some of the departments were actually unaware that they had balances in some of these accounts. So I think there should be a little more accountability for that.
And so how much are you talking about, Chris?
What's that?
What are we talking about there?
Do you have the capital book?
I do.
Same tabs as we do?
Yeah.
So
which
it was
tab do you
tab
want?
6.
Okay.
So it was open capital project, or it was originally
Available.
titled Available Balances in Capital Articles.
$7 million?
There's $7 million in enterprise, non-enterprise funds.
Middle schools.
Yeah, well, exactly. There was, some larger numbers there that are still being spent. But it's still, there were smaller numbers that added up. Highway ended up with a significant amount that we could put towards another truck. Just from you know, when they request a truck, the truck costs 42, but they request 45. Things like that. You get into the enterprise funds. Water has $3 million just, you know, outstanding, you know, in open projects. Waterways had 684,000. So total, there's almost $12 million just out there, just in funds that projects are just in various states of completion.
Right, and I think you need to make that, if I can jump in, it's, so people don't think, oh, there's just a
Right,
pile
no,
of money.
there's-
They're dedicated for
These are-
things
These
that are
are
in the
funds that are
works.
dedicated, but like I said, some of these older ones, the projects have been completed and
Right.
nobody's ever said, all right, we're done, what do we do with the remaining $5,000?
So it's almost like we have to do the rescind process that we do at CPC,
Right.
because it would have to go back to town meeting, right? Yeah.
Well, what we've done is we've transferred them as funding sources in the capital plan, in the
Okay.
article. We did that a few years ago.
Okay.
Right, but town meeting has to vote on every, and
That's,
I just don't want to shock the, I mean, the $7 million, or 6.7 that's in here, there's really, I'm looking right now at 4 million of it that is.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so I
it's
just don't
still-
want a number to get out there that seems there's $7 million sitting out there.
Yeah.
But there are a lot
don't
of,
have that mattress.
there's a lot of 20,000s and 30,000s that
Yeah.
are sitting here that can be
But
reappropriated.
again, it was, you know, getting a handle on where
Yeah.
these projects are. I mean, like I said,
Right.
some of these projects go 2011, you know, is a popular number in here, 2013, 2012, just to find out where these projects are and can we steal some of your money and put it towards this year's capital plan?
You mean reality?
Reallocate some of your money and put it towards the capital plan. And it was actually successful. Like I said, we
Yeah,
did
no,
find
it's
money that we were able to move around.
All right, good. How much?
I don't have a final on that.
Okay.
But, but more of the learning
Again,
process from
move
Nancy.
around means go to town meeting.
Right.
Say there's we're gonna fund this with 5,000 from this
Yes.
article and 40,000 from cash and.
So when I get into the projects and what we funded, there's a line item in the page that says other articles. That's that money. Correct. Right.
Okay.
All right, so talk about this year.
Committee's recommending 17 million in capital projects. The voting on most of the items was unanimous. There were some exceptions.
So why don't we, so Chris, why don't we slow down a little bit? Why don't we, so you voted a total number that you're putting forward is 17 million?
Total number is close to 17 million, yes.
And so will you be giving us that backup and that detail? All right. Nancy, did you keep track of that?
Yeah, I have it, and actually I can go print you a copy of their recommendations.
I think that would be really helpful, you
Yeah.
know, because we're looking at the big list, Chris, and for us to kind of understand what you've approved. Typically, in the past, we've gotten, you know, sort of an updated list of what was approved and what wasn't, so that we can kind of go through it with you a little bit in more detail.
Right.
So do you mind waiting one moment while Nancy prints that out for
Absolutely.
us? Okay. Trying to think what else, anything else you want to address before she comes back with that? So total recommended was really 31,249,510, right? And that included the large senior center gates project, correct?
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the bottom line. It's
Of
on the
which-
second page
which-
of
number
the
7?
summary. Yeah.
What did you say the number was?
It says the original submission, and I don't know if this changed, but 31,249,510, which 17,
It changed slightly.
I want to say 16 million of that really was the.
There was the request from Council on Aging was 16 million.
Right. Yeah, so it's two-sided. so it's on the bottom.
31 million?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Nancy.
Thank you.
The recommendations, we got the others.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's just kind of having that summary before us would be great.
Thank you.
I'm
My
licking my
glasses.
fingerprint. Thank you.
All right, Chris, so why don't you take us through this one? So we started at 31 million, and from there, What we have before us
18.
is what you approved, which is down to
17.
17 million.
Well, it's 18 worth of projects, and you're funding them from other sources, right? Which number?
Oh.
Right,
Yeah, I was looking
18
for the
approved.
funding source. Yep, thank you. Got it. Glasses. All right, so you want to start at the top? Road and road and sidewalks?
300 grand?
How do you want to do this?
Just kind of walk us through, if this is all approved, and then maybe let us know at the end what wasn't approved. I just think, the public wants to understand exactly what you deliberated about and what you approved.
Roads and sidewalks, they requested 300,000. The original request was 200,000. It was changed to 300,000 due to town administrator did
We changed that, yeah.
he moved more to operating or out of
Capital from operating.
From operating to capital. It's unanimous. It's it includes the road work for the pipes.
So this is, this is $300,000 for roads, and it was 400, but you're taking...
Was 200.
Oh, it was 200.
It was 200 from capital. He moved.
So you're taking 100 from that's the 100 from the...
From the operating budget.
to put it in here.
Yep.
Okay.
And you guys approved that? You
Yes.
recommended that? Okay.
All right, then we have the cemetery
Cudworth
expansion.
Cemetery expansion. This is phase 4, I think it was. 100,000 from, it was 84 out of the meals tax levy and 16 out of capital stabilization. That
And
was,
is that the final,
I believe that's the final phase.
the final phase of this? Okay.
Yes.
Why is 84 coming from the meals tax?
We had an option of putting the 84 into capital stabilization or using it as a project. So the recommendation was to use it as a project rather than just to set it aside because we had a project
Fit.
that needed it.
So you just picked this project randomly?
Could have been anywhere in here, but just fit in that one.
Okay.
Next one was the update for the ADA evaluation transition. The request was for 100,000. That was another one from the meals tax levy. That was a unanimous vote.
So this says 150, and then it says
There was-
100 from meals tax. So where's the other 50 coming from?
50 already
ADA grant.
existed.
We have a
Oh, the grant that we already
We have a
got.
grant, we've already appropriated 50.
So why would we put, if we have a grant, why would we put that in this capital number? I'm just confused.
The request is for 150, because that's what we needed, but we got a grant for 50, so we need 100 from capital.
Okay.
Yeah, there could be another thing across the top road.
Okay.
Just show the source.
We
Yeah.
didn't get the grant until after we made the request.
Okay. All right.
Next one, replacement of the high school track. This was recreation. The request for the town side was $1,591,117, unless that got changed.
The original one was the 1.9.
1.9 million.
Revised as the project came along.
So that's from borrowing. That was, out of order. That was actually voted 3-4-2 against. Members of the committee don't think we need fields.
3-4-2 against.
So that's the 1.6.
That's the 1.6.
That's the extra money for the turf project.
That's the, exactly. That's the
Okay.
balance of,
But it passed, okay.
it did pass.
Okay, great.
Where are we?
Wait, I'm sorry, you said it did pass?
It did
or-
pass,
Oh,
3
okay.
to 2.
But it wasn't,
It was one of
okay.
our non-unanimous.
Yeah,
the
3,
4
4,
threw me
and then 2, yeah.
Sorry, the way you said that, I'm so confused, Chris. Okay. Not hard
So
to
the
do.
fire station's coming out of capital stabilization.
Yep.
Is that gonna finish that?
Should,
Yeah,
yep,
it's the final.
And this is Hummerock?
yep.
Okay. And then if we get all this, this is what we will be able to start July 1?
Yep.
If this passes? Okay.
And this is construction, not design and
Construction, correct.
Right, this is, we're doing
shovels in the
design.
ground.
Okay, great.
Security upgrades, that, we went over that, that's all the public buildings, not the school, though.
No, those, the
schools.
school buildings, the public buildings will be in the fall,
These are the school buildings?
most of the school buildings, and those buildings that have available funds. So the Maritime Center has its own fund, that'll be out of the Maritime Center. There's still money in the public safety building that'll cover some of that. The middle school will cover theirs out of their own. And it's mostly the schools first, and then we'll do the rest of it. Anything else we had in there?
What does other articles mean?
That's,
Those are the closeout of the articles we talked about earlier.
Oh, okay.
So the 630 is the total security enhancement,
security
but
cost.
through this one, we're gonna focus on the schools first for the 265,449. Okay, got it. And Chris, you obviously passed that because it's on here, right?
exact, that was unanimous.
Okay.
Foreshore protection, 300 grand.
That was another, the original request was 200, it was changed to 300. It's in my minutes, why it was changed to 300.
Taking the
Same reason.
100, same
Same
reason
reason.
as the
Same reason.
roads,
So,
probably.
We
yeah.
took 200 out of that?
100 out of each, yeah.
The operating.
So we took 50 out of one, Nancy, before, right?
Right, 50 supports the coastal resources officer because there's no longer grant supporting.
So now there's, of that override 400, there's only 150 left. Did that number change? I thought I thought it was less than that when we just went through the budget. It was always 200?
Yeah, believe so.
2 and 2, I thought, wasn't it?
It was 2 and 2. We took 50 for Nancy, and then they're taking 200 for this.
50's been out for a while, that's not new.
About 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
Not this
Nancy,
Nancy, the other
not this year.
Yeah, Nancy Durfee, yeah, sorry.
That's
So
been out for a
they
while.
got a $50,000 raise proportionally.
You deserve it. We'll bring you down with the seawall during the storm.
Yeah.
Fingers in the dike.
All right.
Where are we coming up with these $300 numbers?
300,000?
300,000, yeah.
Are the normal recurring in the 5-year
It's
plan for
200.
roads and for foreshores is $200,000 each. So if we took 200,000 at 1 and 1 out of the budget, that would
Put it
increase
in.
them both from 2 to 3. I'm sorry, I don't think I could have found a more confusing way to say that.
So why is it 300,
It's always been 2.
right?
We reduced it in the operating budget, shifted that number, and added it to the capital budget.
Well, it's always been 2 from the operating budget
But it's
each.
always been
2
2
and
in
2.
capital.
We never committed to 2 in capital every year. We committed to 2 in the operating budget for those 2 buckets.
And we've been committing an additional 2 for the last few years in capital as well.
Right, and that's
On
just,
top of that, that's gravy.
On top of that.
Yeah.
right, but that's just because. Right, that wasn't a commitment by the board. Sean, do you remember any?
It's starting to come back to
It
me.
was just in the 5-year plan, it wasn't a
Yeah.
specific one commitment, that I'm aware
Yeah, I
of.
think it was just to
Just
supplement
part
it
of
to get some work done. That's what I'm recalling. Especially
Well,
because of, I think, I think back a couple of years ago when we sort of reassessed how we wanted the roads redone after all the pipe replacement. I'm sort of
Well,
recalling
this was
some of
way
that.
before that.
No, I
but-
know the override piece was way before that, but I'm thinking the bump in capital was during that time as well to kind of take place.
I'm just wondering why we want to commit to 300 for each of these things now from borrowing. I mean, I understand we're dropping the operating portion of it, but I don't know why we're setting a higher level to every year borrow for these 2 items.
Well, to try to maintain the same level of spending that we've been doing in the past. Instead of 2 and 2, it's 3 and 1. Those not to reduce spending on roads and not to reduce spending on foreshore.
So we still have a 100 on the operating side.
Still money in the operating
All
side,
right, so
yes.
it's still 400 each.
No, I
Yeah.
understand, but,
Okay.
but it was just a couple of years ago that we decided to, I don't know. Anyone, am I just babbling here? Does anyone?
No, it's a good point. It's a really good point.
And you'll have to excuse Chris, I came to their recommendation meeting 5 lines in, And the town administrator's recommendation for the very first item, roads and sidewalks, was from free cash originally. On this one as borrowing. So that can move back into the free cash bucket, and it wouldn't be for borrowing. I may have put it in the wrong column because I came late to that meeting from another meeting. I don't know, I think we'd have to look at the minutes from that meeting to see where their recommendation.
Where it's supposed to be coming from?
If it was free cash or borrowing.
We never moved it, it was always in free cash.
Okay, so that,
All right, so that really is supposed to be over the free cash.
so just move that over.
All right.
I'll move it over my side.
Did you hear that, Tony?
Yeah, which one of the threes?
The very first.
Both of them.
Both of them?
No, just the first
No.
one.
Oh, just the
Roads and
first one?
sidewalks.
Just the road was always under free.
Oh, got it, okay.
That makes more sense.
All right. Any more on that, Tony?
Well, I just don't know whether we want to reduce that to 200, or if we want to keep it at 300. Are there any pressing projects that are, I mean, the roads, I know you can always spend it on the roads.
I mean, foreshore-wise, we can have the $4 million authorization that special town meeting approved to do the design for the repairs to turn a road section of seawall, as well as for all the FEMA repairs.
Mhm.
So that you've got money there to do all that work. You just don't have any necessarily something for like what happened at
Ready
Glades
money.
Road. But you also still have the $2 million authorization. It was a citizen's petition from a few years ago that has not been used and sitting there. So the board could choose to recommend not to move forward with the foreshore for $300,000 this particular year because there are other resources available.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking in the future, that other 200 is going to go too, right? It may not be next year, but in the next 5 years,
Possible.
probably.
From
So now
operating.
are we going to commit to $400,000 for each one of these projects from capital every year?
We don't have to.
Yeah.
But again, we just I try to maintain the same level of spending that we had in the past.
No, I'm not
going
blaming
forward.
anyone for doing it. I'm
No.
just saying, as a board, is that what, this is our capital plan, so is this?
We need to have some, for lack of a better term, ready cash available for foreshore somewhere.
Yeah, to react.
The Glades project was the perfect example where we went up and like, "Nah, that's not good." And we had to spend, I think we spent about $75,000 putting in a repair for that seawall to prevent that thing from collapsing underneath it.
Right, but we've got how much, Nancy? $3 million?
We have $2 million in the borrowing authorization and then the $4 million, which is specific to design work.
Right. But we also must have 200,000s for the last couple of years that haven't
We've
been
been
spent.
going through
Well, they're
it.
spending it.
I mean, we have some, but we have been going through. It's these little repairs that, you know, they eat up, all of a sudden they eat up these small amounts of money.
And they're expensive.
Yeah.
So does anyone have the inclination to change these numbers, or you just want to plow forward?
Let's plow forward to the end. Can we do that?
Yeah.
You guys all right with that?
Yeah.
And then
Are we
Stuart-
voting this tonight, or just going over?
No.
No, we're just
Right
going
now, it's
over
really
it.
just to go through it.
Yeah.
That
All
can be-
right, so Chris, the next one is the replacement ambulance, the fire.
Next one is 50,000 towards the replacement for the ambulance. That's from free cash.
Okay,
That was a unanimous vote.
and that's setting it aside for a future purchase, right?
In capital stabilization, I don't think
Okay.
it's very clear on there. Sorry.
What's our balance on that? Is this the first year we're putting 50 aside?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. MS4 compliance, it's a well, right? Wait, no. What's MS4?
Yeah.
The well or the sewer?
Stormwater.
I get stormwater, okay.
We hadn't spent any money there for a long time, as Chris knows, and probably would have told you that, but all of a sudden it's heating up and we're working on the project.
Okay.
Um, School technology, 110,000 free cash. That was phones, if I remember correctly.
That was security, I think.
No, not the technology.
Technology, I think, was phones.
Oh,
It was
Security's up
phones.
top,
It was
line,
phone
you know,
system
number
and all that.
46.
Oh, right. We
Yeah.
already did that. Yep.
So that's upgrading the phone system in all schools or partial?
The whole,
That was the
Okay.
whole, it was a
System?
whole network.
Okay. Coming out of free cash,
That was free cash, that was a unanimous vote.
okay.
School, yes, that was unanimous.
Then you get some
Next one
trucks.
was truck 29, that was another pickup for public grounds. That was unanimous. I think that one got shipped out in a dump truck or something, that was a pile of rust. Backhoe replacement for DPW, that was another unanimous. Knowing the equipment, knowing how old the old one was, and what this new one is gonna give them for capabilities, it was definitely worth the investment.
Is this a replacement or is it an additional
It's a replacement.
replacement?
What's
Okay.
to buy?
All right.
Where are we? SCADA, all right, so this was sewers SCADA upgrade. This is their phase 4. This is their final phase of SCADA.
Okay.
That was 330 from their 130 was from their retained earnings, and another 200 from their capital stabilization fund. That was a unanimous from us.
Nancy, can I ask, how much retained earnings do they have?
They had the most of all of the enterprise funds. There was one second to switch screens, so I can tell you how much they had.
But don't they need it for operating?
We gave them, well, the recommendation is 253, they had 758,000. 260 is in the capital plan, and 253,000 is for operating. They would love another 250,000, but that would be living off their reserves.
Do you see the top? And then,
Oh, I didn't see it up there, yeah, okay. Oh, good.
I need a magnifying glass, but I'm trying really hard here.
I'm sorry, when I
No, I
printed it,
know.
I thought.
It's
it
not
was
your
wrong
fault.
if
I
said
should have
it.
brought my extra magnification.
Well, they need that, that's,
Yeah.
OSHA compliance?
Go ahead, Chris, next one.
All right, what was that? That was.
OSHA.
OSHA compliance. Apparently, this is the first year that towns are required to meet OSHA standards. So we've got some catching up to do in that department. This was 30,000 from their retained earnings. I'd have to go back and remember what that one was for. It might have been guardrails on something. That was unanimous from us. The next one, sewer, 100,000 for the dewatering heating system replacement. So it's the heating system in the dewatering plant. Its time has come, it's time to kiss it up to the sky, replace it, 100,000 from their retained earnings, unanimous from us. Next one was transfer station. It was 40. It was $40,000 for crack sealing and pavement markings, so lines on the sidewalks. They're doing 30,000 from their retained earnings and another 9,726 from other articles.
And what's this for? Just to,
Crack sealing and
Crack sealing
pavement
and line
markings at the
marking.
dump.
line marking within the transfer station?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
They say they have problems with
For
traffic
proper
control.
traffic flow?
and-
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
You think 40,000's a little steep, or were you convinced?
I wasn't convinced they should do the project, to tell you the truth.
What was the vote?
Unanimous.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold my nose and vote yes.
That was their number one priority of everything they needed.
It was?
Yep.
For really? So it just must be,
Sean, we can do that after we clean that ramp there.
I'm already thinking, Tony, you and I. Yeah.
you guys gonna be working.
We need a painting
You're
company.
gonna be working it.
I got some high school kids.
All right, Chris, let's.
All right, the next one was
let's
the
go.
water department. This is engineering and design for the water plant and SCADA. So this is for the new water plant, a new water plant. This was 4 million from borrowing. This was unanimous
So
from
wait,
us.
what? Is this, what do you mean a new water plant? What's
This will be the start of the design to do
to
either
upgrade?
replacement or upgrade the current
The
plant.
existing one?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that.
Yep.
That people don't think there's like this,
Have we discussed this? I mean, I know we talked about it kind of pie in the sky, we gotta fix this one, and we gotta start thinking about a new plant, but not $13 million in a capital plan.
Is this setting it aside?
No, this is to start the funding.
The
to get-
engineering.
To start the
Wow.
engineering.
But it is for a new plant, not,
Well, it says new plant, but you're gonna build something new.
Right.
Whether it's a new plant with two of everything, or a new plant with one of everything, and then redo the one of everything you already have,
okay.
that is unclear, but you're gonna build something new, because you have no redundancy or
All within
capacity.
that property?
That's the plan, yeah, try to
Okay.
fit it in there.
Okay.
Yeah. We have building any other place to put it.
And
So
that's from far away.
I don't know, maybe I missed a meeting, but I know we've talked about this, that there's not redundancy over there, but I didn't think we were borrowing $13 million to start building it. We haven't even had any conversation on it. Have we?
Where's the 13 million? It's 4.
12,800,000? All right, what's,
Well, that's,
The other is a green sand
yeah, there's
filter.
Also
another
the green
eight for the green
sand
sand.
what's the 8 million below it? That's
Green sand
Green
filter.
sand
Okay.
filter.
All right, so
Green
just
sand filter.
4. Are we at that stage?
At this stage, you have to do something.
I realize that, but I didn't know it was that quick. I agree with Tony. I knew we were talking about it, and I don't, not necessarily have a problem with it, but, how do we come up with a number and?
Well, if you look at, where is it? It's in the-
How are we gonna pay for it? I mean, the water, if I remember, the Water Enterprise Fund doesn't have any money.
It would have to be a borrowing, it would have to go onto the rates. We would certainly
This
apply to the Clean Water Trust for it, try to get a low-interest loan.
This was factored into those rates when we did the rate presentation before.
It was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's already factored into what we already approved?
No,
for
what
future
you,
years.
what you saw going forward.
All right.
Where's the, what tab is that? Because there was
It's
a,
around 23 to 24.
yeah. Oh, here it is. It's 23.
And I'm just sad that I knew it was another.
If you look at that, there's 25 million projected in 2022 for the new plant.
Yeah, but that was just someone putting a spreadsheet together.
Right.
That was, you can put anything you want on that then.
Right, and then we had the 4 million.
I just didn't know, what are we gonna spend this money on in July? Have we even talked about that? I mean, have we talked about where we want it, what we want? Do we want one plant, do we want two plants, do we
Well,
want?
that's gonna be part of the engineer will start running that scenario, of what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it. I mean, I don't have the ability to say, we need one plant, two plants. It has to be in that area, though, we have no place else to put it.
Well, to Tony's point, does it make sense to authorize now the analysis? I mean, it's not gonna cost 4 million for the analysis.
And then you're breaking up your project, you're stopping it at a certain point because you don't have the money, and then you have to come back and get more money, as opposed to, you're not gonna borrow $4 million July 1st. It's gonna be borrowed over time as we expend it, so we're not gonna just, there's $4 million, it's gonna be broken up over time to use, but if you just say, here's only this much, then they spend it, now you're sitting there waiting, now we gotta wait for the next town meeting, and then here's more, and then you gotta wait for the next town meeting, and
We will have the opportunity to approve the incremental contracts, though.
you
So
guys
like,
approve all those
assume
contracts.
it's $1 million to do the design work. That'll come before us to release that.
Unless I keep them all under 50, yeah, it has
That's
to
the
come to you.
conversation, right?
Yeah, but it's, yeah, and I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, I'm just saying, similar to when I was at the CPC meeting, I'm surprised that we're here right now, and that we haven't had a conversation about it, other than some 20-year projection of what rates are gonna do, and a discussion one time when the guy came in here and said, you don't have redundancy over here.
And I think
Well, it's
Kevin
been-
touched on it very briefly in his budget, but I don't think he spent a lot of time on it.
Yeah, but we have had this, I mean, maybe I've had it in different committee meetings. We have been talking about the necessity of having an extra plan. That's not a new
The
conversation.
first time I ever heard about it was
The water rate?
a meeting here. I didn't know we didn't have redundancy until we had a meeting here a couple months ago. I don't know about you, Sean, but
Yeah,
that's.
no, I knew we didn't, and that was an issue, and the issue is the location of it, the ball field, right, I don't know what we can
I
do.
mean, until we started talking about the fact that there's all the problems with it now, that we just put $2 million into, or 1.2 million, or, you know, that's when all this stuff started surfacing, that, hey, our water treatment plant isn't good either.
Well, it's not
For the-
redundant.
Right, for the long term, I
Well,
mean,
it's not only not redundant, but the age of it, I mean,
right,
but it's just been in general conversations. We concentrated on all the projects for the lines, but, every once in a while, Jim, and then before Jim, Tricia would say, hey, there's the plant itself was built in the 50s and 60s.
Well, I
So-
think, this all bubbled up, obviously, after this summer and the heightened, request. And so Kevin and Jim and everybody and Sean were all asked to, fast track this stuff because the pipe replacements weren't really doing it, right? So we're looking to get this going, I think. I mean,
I don't
I
think,
understand what you're saying.
this doesn't have anything to do with brown water.
No.
So, no, but.
No, but it's certainly water quality, it's our, but still.
The water
it's
system.
the whole water system.
It's really disaster recovery stuff. The system's been working,
Well,
I mean, we're spending $1.2 million to fix it so it works. The problem is, if it goes down again,
We have a
thank
backup.
goodness it's winter and we don't need, if it went down in July, then we can't provide water to the citizens. I mean, that's what,
Right, what it allows you to do, right now, we don't have the capacity to do a lot of just routine maintenance on the plant, because we can't take it
Take
down
it
for periods of
offline.
time necessary to do maintenance. So having redundancy says, this this carbon filter comes out, this sand filter comes out, you place the carbon, we place the sand, we're working over here, switch it back. So we're not in the position where we are now, where we look at the the sand filter and say, that's gonna collapse. It's just not functioning the way it's supposed to function anymore. And now we have this emergency where we have to jam in all these repairs in a short period of time, that if we don't meet our deadlines, we're gonna be looking at some water problems coming up very shortly.
And- Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, and I think, with just hearing the concerns of the board, if this gets approved to go to town meeting, which, capital already approved it, whatever, we've got to explain it.
Well, we can bring Kevin in, too.
Yeah.
If you wanna bring Kevin in before you vote on it, we can have Kevin come in and talk to Sean.
I guess, before it goes to town meeting and vote on it, I would have liked us to have vetted it out and know a little bit more than I know right now. But I'm about to vote on a $4 million project that I really don't know a heck of a lot about.
We're actually not voting on this tonight.
Right.
So-
Not voting.
So we'll make sure we get.
So I can have Kevin
You
in.
know my point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right, we can have Kevin in for the next meeting.
So what if there's a better way than this? What if we can keep that plant, but we keep a green sand filter over here, so every time we have to do maintenance, we always do it in January, and we use that thing from the well, and
Well, didn't Ty and Bond do that for us?
Right, we've already,
That's what we're doing right now.
that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
We have a temporary green sand filter. We're gonna replace that with a permanent green sand filter that can handle more water than we can currently handle.
Right, and that's the $8 million.
It's the $8 million, right?
Okay.
Well, those green sand filters is what everybody else did 20 years ago. So all the towns around us have green sand filters to handle the iron and manganese going in the water, and Scituate just never bothered to do it for whatever reason.
Right,
So
but
that's
that
the-
allows us to go completely off the plant, like we are right now.
No, what it allows you to do is, the green sand filter takes the iron and manganese out of the water that we're putting into the system. That contributes to the brown water.
No, I understand that, but what it causes us to do is to go right from the well to the system, so we don't have to pump it through the
Right.
plant.
Well, we could have done that anyways, but you would have had high iron and high manganese going
Right,
into the
well, we didn't
system,
have a sand filter there.
which we
so
didn't want to do. So
Right.
we rented the temporary sand filter so we could use that water without contributing to the brown water problem anymore.
So, again, this may be the right thing, but we haven't had this conversation that we're having right now for me to be convinced that this is the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
So
Yeah.
let's have Kevin come in.
Have Kevin in, yep.
As a follow-up before we vote on it.
I have one question
Erin?
for Nancy. Or for Tim, when we had the water rate study presented to us, and we saw those, projected grade increases in the potential grade
Yeah.
in rates, did that project the new plant?
Yes.
Okay. So at that time, that's what those numbers, were contemplating having to do this. And so we did have that conversation a little bit, but obviously
Yeah,
not.
but those numbers were just
Numbers. You didn't
numbers.
realize
It's
that
just
they
a
were attached
spreadsheet
to
with a
something.
graph going like this saying.
Right, but it was
rates-
based on saying, on saying we need to do these things in the future. They didn't just make them up.
I don't remember them saying, okay, and this year we're gonna build a $40 million plant, and this year there's gonna be a sand filter for $9 million.
It was in there.
It was based on
How
a
much, I
plan
mean,
that
they blur
incorporated
together, how much we actually
$62 million
focused on that.
worth of projected capital over,
I'll have to
5
look at that
years.
again. I don't recall it that way, but.
oh, wow.
Okay, well, I
We'll
think
bring it back
point
up.
taken, let's bring, bring Kevin in to go over it in detail, so
Yeah.
we have we have that information.
Chris, are you still here?
Ready? All right, so, where are we? Engineering, next one was $200,000 for ice pigging.
Yep.
This one passed by a 4-0 vote with one member abstaining. I don't know what the abstention was about, but it passed. He gave us the report from what they got out of the ice pigging. It was I thought it was pretty impressive. It looks like it's gonna help.
Great.
So,
Okay.
And how much, the 200,000, will that give us, how many more rounds? I forget, it was pretty expensive.
30 grand a whack, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we did 70,000 last time, so it's a lot. But it depends on how big the pipe is you're doing, Sean. The bigger the diameter, the more it costs to do, so we're going to just keep heading down towards the center and see how far we get.
Okay. Humrock
Next,
water mains?
next one was the Humrock water mains replacement. This is the engineering for it, 800,000 from borrowing,
Yeah.
Yep.
borrowing. That was unanimous from us. Yes, unanimous from us. What are we losing? Or, no, they're going up in their rates and we're losing 40,000 gallons a.
We're losing a tremendous amount of water in
Yeah.
Humrock.
Moving on.
We just, 1 second on that?
Go.
Sorry to interrupt you. We all know it's sand, so the water goes down, and there's really no way of tracing it, but
Right.
can we put a flow meter on it and do it in the middle of the night, and 800,000 is just for the engineering?
Yeah.
Is-
He talked about that. How expensive is that? It's like $6 million project or something?
Yeah, it's a $5.5 million. It's the whole length of Humrock from one end to the other.
But we're paying, last year we paid, I think, $472,000 to Marshfield for water bills.
Do we have an
every
idea? So, all right, so
No, but a lot of it's.
any idea? I mean, Chris just rattled 40,000 gallons, I thought he said, but do we have an idea based on population in the winter, especially in the
I have
winter?
an idea of just the loss.
That was-
I think his loss was
that was
like
the-
20 to 30%.
I think it was
of the
higher
water
than
we're
that,
paying
yeah.
for is being lost.
Between what goes through our meter from Marshfield
We're
and
paying
what
for
we
it, we're losing
bill
it. Okay.
is our loss.
They did the pressure reduction valve on the bridge just to mitigate some of the loss.
And we didn't have complaints about people's pressure in their homes?
Not yet.
So what is this actually gonna do? Change the pipes all the way down?
Yeah.
Replace the water main, yeah.
So the two valves are already done?
2 valves are done coming across, right.
One?
One so far.
Oh,
We
but
had-
we
we
paid
had-
for it.
Backup, right.
Yeah, we had a prior grant, had a prior capital project for pressure reducing valves, and they've done one so far.
Okay.
But the 800,000 is just for engineering, it's not gonna put a shovel in the ground, correct?
Right, it's gonna cost 5.5 million.
Which there was a Clean Water Trust application for 5.5 million to get a low interest loan. They passed on that application.
Who did?
Clean Water
Clean Water
Trust.
Trust.
Really? So can we
They fund.
reapply?
We will.
They funded
It's just a loan, no?
They funded the
Green sand
the
filter.
$8 million.
Yeah, they funded the green sand
We've been
filter.
approved for that one.
Oh, we got it for the
Oh.
sand filter? Okay.
Just a loan, though.
It's a low interest loan, so 2%. It's potential we could get some grant, but that's probably doubtful. They'll give us any grant, but we can try.
So is this literally repiping all of Humrock?
Yeah.
Or just Central Ave, north of the
I think
bridge?
It's the whole shit.
The whole thing? Okay.
Well, it's gotta be pretty limited, right? Just one going down the mains and they go off to the houses, right?
Yeah, the services are a big problem, too. People don't shut off their water, they leak, they freeze in the wintertime. They're, Kevin says a lot of it's the wild, wild west down there. Just someone connects something that doesn't meet anything, and they're leaking like sieves, and we have no way to trace it because of the sand. It's just, it doesn't bubble up, it's just,
It wasn't also part of this is the meters will be moved to the street as opposed to the house?
Yes.
And that way you can capture, if the problem is a Wild West problem, it's not just pouring out when.
But where on the street? I mean, where we pick up the rubble?
They'll do meter boxes on all of them?
Be buried.
Yeah, I think
Okay. All right, mini excavator.
Mini excavator, this was for the water department, but they
Oh,
promised
wait,
to...
sorry, do you guys need to talk about the green sand filter?
Just
We
jumped
just
over
did,
the
right?
$8 million.
I know,
It's just
I know.
$8 million.
We just passed the $8 million.
It's the black smudge next to mine, so skip it.
I didn't mean to. It's hard to see. All right.
New
Does
treatment-
anybody have any questions about the $8 million
Yeah.
green sand? I felt like we just talked about that, so.
Nice cover, Mayor.
Hearing nothing? All right.
Mini excavator.
Mini excavator.
know.
This was 70,000. Again, this was 53,000 from other articles, 16 from water retained earnings. They've been renting one. They love it. The utility of this thing is great. They promised to share it with the other departments, so they don't all request one next year. It was a unanimous vote from us.
If you guys remember, I spoke out against this, so I went down to Jericho Road.
Yep.
And spoke to the guys firsthand, so I mean, it is faster, less damage to personal property. They have rubber tracks, they can do a lot of work, so I
For
said,
some of the repairs they did at the sewer treatment plant, it was the only machine that they could use because it was small enough to fit through the spaces they needed to get to. It was the hydrants they put in.
Excuse me. All right.
Moving
Waterways.
on. Replacement of the pump out boat for waterways. This was $79,061. Comes out of their waterways retained earnings. That
What are
was
we doing with the
unanimous.
old one?
The old one is going to the South River. They're gonna use it down there, for the boats down in that area.
So we're going to have two?
Yeah.
And there's a grant, we'll apply for a grant for this.
Grant to,
Okay. This is a grant?
Well, this is our money that we'll apply for a grant for, which we usually get.
Okay. For the full amount?
I think he thought we'd get between 70 and 75%.
Yeah.
Okay.
next one was the comprehensive dredge permit, 100,000. Again, this was, 40,000 was the request. This was one of those, wasn't it? 40,000 was the request out of their,
retained earnings.
Oh, no.
100,000 was request, 40 was recommended because they have other
right,
funds still
that's out of
left
their
over.
retained earnings.
But it'll all get addressed?
Yep.
Okay.
So they basically have a dredge permit in place, so that if we need to do a quick dredging somewhere, we already have the permit in place, and we can go do it in the harbor on the river.
It
Most
costs
of the harbor.
$100,000 to get a permit?
Yeah, permitting's ridiculously expensive. All right, and the last one?
Last one was 43,000 for a truck for the harbor master. I went down and spoke to him, spoke to Mike. The need was there for a second vehicle. Conversation came about what they're using the second vehicle for, and the committee wants to know why he's doing all these other projects that he needs, it's mostly for maintenance over at the Maritime Center. And I had breakfast with him the other morning, and he said, yeah, they go, they fix the toilets, they mow the lawn, and things like that. And the committee is wondering why our harbor master is doing that kind of work, and, thus generating the need for this truck. The vote was 1-0 and 4 abstaining because they didn't want to argue with
What
me.
does that mean? Yeah.
Conference.
That means that I voted for
Three
it.
abstaining.
And, didn't 4 of them abstain?
3 abstaining. So this was a discussion back and forth for quite a while with the committee. I did not recommend the truck, and when I had spoken to the Waterways Committee, they had informed me they weren't in favor of it. They testified something different to Chris's committee. But when we had this discussion the other night, I said, okay, look, there's 4 of us here. I'm not going to vote to cause a tie. So I will abstain so not to cause a tie. You guys can decide what you want to do. You already know my point of view. So Chris called the vote. Chris voted yes. I abstained because I had said I would. And then for some reason, the other 2 members abstained. Peter abstained and Jack abstained.
Why? I wonder.
So it was 1-0-3, which is passing. I still don't believe they need the truck. I did talk to Kevin as to why the DPW doesn't do that maintenance. To paraphrase Kevin, it's not what the DPW does, the DPW mows and trims and cuts. This is a lot more almost like landscaping, where there's places they can touch, places they can't touch, which then would lead me to say, well, instead of buying them a truck, why don't we take some money and have them hire a landscaper to take care of it?
Yeah, I mean, and that's always a
There you
bone
go.
of contention for me over at the Maritime Center, that it's not properly maintained all the time. I mean, I think I call every summer to move.
Yeah, and I was out there a couple
Dumpster,
times
clean it
last
up.
year,
I mean, we
the
spend a lot-
mulch
we
and get
rent
this
that
done
out.
and get that done, so it might be,
So I had a long conversation with Steve, and I had breakfast the other morning. We talked about the truck and whatnot, and all these extra duties. Tell him that he can call facilities or somebody else, because he just said he's gonna continue to do it until somebody tells him otherwise. So,
Can I just chime in here? I believe the truck that Steve has now was bought used, correct?
Correct.
So he's driving a used, an '07. He got rid of an '08 or an
it's
'09.
an 07 because his drowned
Right.
last year.
Right.
but they're not asking for a replacement truck, they're asking for an
Yeah, no, I
additional
know
truck.
that. No, I know that. Realize that.
Eliminate these duties, and like you said, hire a landscaper for whatever, and he wouldn't need it, and I would, you know. But again, the committee wanted more details about why he was doing all these extra duties, and they didn't want to vote against it, they just abstained from voting.
I think, I look forward to this vote, because I think that there are other ways to do this, and a lot more cost-effective.
All right, so the big question is, right,
What you didn't approve.
you know, we don't have to go through everything, but obviously the big one is, you didn't approve the capital request for the senior center gates project. Is that gonna go back before?
Well, the committee
Yeah,
had,
all right, so, we did
Okay,
meet
Chris.
with them. I'll give you my brief on it, and we did meet with them. They had zero information on cost, funding, or anything, and that was after. That was just before the meeting at the Public Safety Building. So we took no action on it because we have no information.
Oh, so you just took no action?
There was no action. There was
Okay,
no- we
okay,
did
well, that's
not-
a different story, okay.
Yes. We didn't recommend against it or whatnot. Again, there was a big argument. We have no information.
And I
We
said-
have nothing to vote on.
don't bother to have them back until the board decides
What's gonna happen?
what's gonna
Exactly,
happen, because the
that's-
plan could change, which obviously it has.
All right, and so we'll take that up in the next warrant discussion. Okay. Any last departing words?
Parting words. I'd like a secretary. In all seriousness, the committee's going to continue to meet, and I'll give you my parting. We're going to continue to meet regularly in order to meet with all the departments. We only met with the ones that had requests this year, or this season. This committee needs to be a year-long committee to discuss these bigger projects, water treatment plants and things like that.
That's up to you and the
And to-
moderator,
and
right?
to-
Yeah.
And to discuss, you know, these, it's a 5-year plan. We should be talking about this. We shouldn't try to cram this into 3 months. So we're going to continue to meet, to be an active part of this process, to be an active part of the scoring process that goes in. So that number all the way to the left there is the score that is received. We want to be a part of that process. You know, we had some different opinions than Jim did. And it's in the.
Surprisingly.
Huh?
Surprisingly.
It's in the charter, it's in the, what do I want to say, the charter and the bylaws, that, you know, the capital, this is supposed to come directly from us.
And are your minutes all posted on your website?
I think we're getting there. I had to take the notes for the last one again.
I just think that's really important. I think, you know, I don't know what we do when we look at that, but when somebody on your committee's got to take the responsibility to take minutes, that's what
Exact-
has
yes.
been done for years in the past. And I don't care that you're all men, someone's got to do it. And I'm just
I
saying
don't
that, I'm
care that-
sorry.
you know, I don't
It's
care
been
that we're all
many
men
years that those
either.
minutes have not been recorded, and that's part of the whole transparency issue that we all get criticized for, and it's up to each committee's responsibility to write those minutes and put it up. So that's all, that's all my only parting words for you, Chris, is you gotta do that. You
Yep.
gotta get minutes up there and write them down. I'm sorry for the gender comment, that was inappropriate, but
You know, call them out like you want to call them out. I don't care.
So
We need
sorry.
a secretary,
apologize.
like advisory has a secretary. there are discussions going on in this meeting that, I can't remember all of them. I've got a
Yeah.
pretty good memory. I can't remember all the details. I could have given you every single detail if we had the minutes like advisory gets.
Yeah, so
Give
maybe
me a
we'll
secretary
look
like
at that.
that,
We'll
that we
take a
can
look.
record, that has a legitimate recording secretary. It's not a BS committee. This committee is responsible for this year 17 million.
Mhm.
But, there have been bigger years. It's my parting words.
Right, we'll get better at recording your meetings. That's the takeaway.
No comment. The,
Name and address?
Peter Gates, 39 Persimmon Drive.
Sure.
The school department had one other request that we were awaiting,
good
which
point.
was the fire doors at Wampatuck Elementary. The original request was for $110,000. The fire chief and the town administrator went in to look at the doors, decided we didn't need that much capital to correct the problem. We still don't have the final number, so that's why capital hasn't yet voted on that either.
Paul did
So is that
send,
coming back before them?
If they get the information and they call the meeting.
Okay,
Paul did send me a letter saying we've got a ballpark of around 60, but he doesn't have any quotes yet.
so Donlin needs to
Donlin,
get
exactly.
quotes. Okay.
Can I ask two quick questions? One, there's nothing for golf?
Facilities had, no, he had nothing for us this year. They are starting that committee.
Yep.
So I guess they will,
good.
So no
Go from there.
paving, none of that stuff?
Not this year?
And then also, free cash, well, so free cash is 1.2, and we're gonna use 600 of it, and it's gonna go down to 600. Is that lower than it's typically been?
No, and it normally is between 4 and 5, with the additional for the roads and with other things in the special that the board will be looking at later on, it would be 314,000 remaining in free cash.
That's low.
I
I thought we
thought-
didn't like to dip below 5.
We have dipped below, but this would be lower than we normally go. And that could also, if you, depending on if you change anything in the capital plan recommendations, when you make your final recommendations, that would also influence it.
So it's only been going into the years that, it's never been like 1.2 million going into the year? And the cash has never been higher than $500,000?
Left over?
Yeah,
Left over at the end?
yeah.
Not that I recall.
We use it all on capital?
Yeah, or I mean, we used $1 million at the special in the fall to replenish the stabilization fund for the emergency storm costs. So that almost halved it.
That was the big charge.
All right, and then how are we gonna bond? Well, the water rates are gonna go through the roof, right? If we bond that $13 million.
When it actually has to be financed, it will affect the water rates negatively, yes.
And the $2.2 million, I
Don't
get
worry,
that.
he's mocking me for you.
It was an excellent answer.
So when we borrow it, it's gonna, okay. And how about the $2.2 million for the borrowing for the general fund? Is that, because typically we don't bond that much, right?
The bulk of that is the track.
Oh, I know.
The hope with the track is that we could pay some of that down with free cash when it gets certified and knock it back a little bit before we actually have to borrow.
So we think there's gonna be free cash available next year to pay some of that.
Right, we're using free cash this year to pay down some debt in the special town meeting.
If we hadn't had a storm and had to replenish utilization, it'd be a different looking capital plan. We'd have an additional
You'd have another
$1
$1 million.
to apply to other things.
Right. Okay, those are my questions.
Sean, Karen, anything additional?
No, I just thank
Chris,
the
or-
committee for their work, and sorry I wasn't there at every meeting, but Chris was very good about debriefing me after each one. They do deliberate
Yeah, and I-
thoroughly, let's put it that way.
I think you raised some good points about, just convening more often than just between, November and February. 'Cause it's a lot of information.
Still have one vacancy after the new appointment? You and I were talking about that?
That fills it?
Yes, because I had one leaving,
All right.
Who's leaving?
Frank.
Oh, he's been on for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Tell him thanks,
I'll
yeah.
thank Frank, yeah. He's been doing it since I was on it, like a gazillion years ago.
Not
So,
that long ago, Frank's been on it So 6 years.
Yeah.
I think he got on the same year I
Gazillion.
did, so, yeah.
Yeah, long
6
time.
years.
All
Thank
right,
you for your
thanks,
service.
Chris.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're supposed to take it at 8:40. Wait, is that? Oh, it's 9. Okay, the reflection on the clock, I couldn't tell. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break and come back and start with the town meeting warrant. Okay, you guys want to take a little break?
Sure.
Cam, you ready? Yep. Okay. We're going to reconvene after the break. And for the first time, as a chair, I will declare authority or authorization for remote access for John Dennehy is joining us remotely. He was unable to be here in person, but would like to be present. And so he is on the phone, which is the first time for us as Board of Selectmen. This is a policy that we passed last year for all our committees to accommodate folks when they were out of town and wanted to partake in meetings and were able to. So one of the criteria is that they are not in a car, which John is not. He is sitting in his hotel and is safe. So John, welcome. Everyone can hear you. And not sure if you have the agenda before you.
I do, actually. I just want to say I apologize for not being able to be there. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm on college tours with my oldest son. I happen to be in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in the Confederate capital of Richmond, I read this morning. But any event, I thought it important to be able to get here once we finally got here, and so I'd like to participate. So I appreciate it. I do have the agenda in front of me.
Okay. So we are at the item for discussion and vote for all the town meeting warrant articles. So Jim, did you want to walk us through this? We are first going through the special town meeting.
Yep, let me just find my warrant articles.
So let's see, did we have it printed out as well?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
She asked if we wanted it.
Special town meeting right now has 4 articles slated. First 2 are stock items, the budget reconciliation. We're still working on that as to how much we're going to have to put where for fiscal 2019. Article 2 is unpaid bills. We have just a tad under 14, 86 cents under 4,000, sorry, $4,000 in unpaid bills. Article 3 is retirement of debt. This is what I mentioned, Tony, when we were talking about the Fields project, to pay off these 2 retiring debts, get them off the books, to have them under our operating budget. We would have put a severe crimp on our operating budget, so at this point, we can just pay those off and get rid of them. The last article that we had placed on the special town meeting warrant was the construction of the senior center. The thought being to have it on the special, those funds would be available as soon as it passed town meeting and passed at the ballot, which would give us about a 5-week jump on July 1st to get started with the bid package, get everything ready, get it out to bid, to try to get it going. That's fungible, you can move that to either one or the other, but we put it on the special at that point, just so to be able to get started a little bit faster. Right now, the article that you have in front of you is the $11.9 million project that was presented on Thursday night.
Before we do 4, can we do 3?
Yep.
Just, so explain that to me again. So these are 2 notes that are out there. Are they bans or what are they?
Bans.
They're-
They're bans. The reason we are proposing that they be paid off is because the amortization schedule remaining on them would mean that they only have basically 2 years left to pay them. So leaving them in, putting them into the bond would have meant about $140,000 increase in our budget for debt service, just to accommodate these 2, because there's so little time left on which we can legally borrow them, because they were only 5-year notes.
So we banned it for how many years?
We've been banning them for a 3rd year now, so we've already started having to pay these back. So we'll be making a pay down in fiscal 21. Fiscal 20, excuse me.
So we have to do it.
She's texting.
It
Well, you
makes
could do
sense.
half one and
Makes
half
sense.
next year.
It would have made a very unusual blip in our operating budget. We would have taken a big hit for 2 years, and then it would have been gone. So we would have had hardship for no good reason when we did have free cash available to pay it off.
And is this free cash out of this number over here for capital, or is it coming out of the 618?
It's coming out 6/18.
So we're gonna have a very low free cash number. Well, we could change some of these other items on the
Yeah.
capital plan.
Yep.
All right, I understand it.
Any other questions on 3? Nope. All right. John, any questions on 3?
No.
All right, moving over to Article 4, construction of new senior center, rehabilitation of the Veterans Memorial. So, as an update, right, do we want to update the folks about the special meeting that took place last week? Because I think part of that conversation that you all had, so last Thursday, there was a joint meeting between the Council on Aging as well as the Board of Selectmen. I was out of town, I did not participate in it. The board came to a majority vote to support a different plan than was originally put forth. This plan includes a lesser amount, which is about $11.9 million, which includes the construction of a standalone senior center at the front right portion of the Gates property, mothballing the Gates School, and doing minimal repairs to the gym, right? Bathrooms, entryway, elevator,
Bathroom, elevator, and roof.
and roof, and the
Yep.
roof. All right, and that's where the 11.9 million came,
Yep.
right? Significantly down from the 19 million for doing a full revamp of, I want to say, the gym, and putting the standalone in the center, right? All right, so the discussion, I wasn't a part of it. I'm disappointed in the decision. I think we have an obligation to let our residents know what we're going to do with that property. I certainly support the senior center and want to see the senior center pass. For me, it's a discussion of services and not a building. We need to be able to provide services to our seniors, but I also think that we owe our citizens an answer as to what we are eventually going to do with that piece of property. So I think tonight, what we're talking about really is whether or not to continue to move forward with this at this annual town meeting, right? Whether or not we feel that we have enough time to put together the additional meetings that need to take place. And I think, Jim, you put together a timeline for us, right? Do we have that?
Yep, you should have it in your additional packet. I don't think John has it, but I did have a chance to discuss it with him. Now I just gotta find it, 'cause I have too much paper here.
Do you want me to read it out loud? It'll be, John, can you hear me easier than Jim, or can you hear Jim?
I can hear you both.
Okay.
Thanks. Actually, it's right here, yes. So there's one for the senior center scheduled to be on the April 8th town meeting. As we talked about on Thursday, it is aggressive. The architect and the engineer should have preliminary numbers. Right now, they're saying they'll have them for the PBC meeting on the 26th. Okay, we did have a cost estimate for March 1st, but right now they're telling us they'll have them for the 26th, the permanent building committee, so they'll be able to meet. This is assuming they can do it in one meeting. I'm assuming the building committee can. They've already heard the whole plan as to the layout and how it's working. So this is really just them looking at the new site, where the building's going to go and checking the new site numbers, but the building numbers will remain substantially the same. And it's all stuff that was planned for the gym, but it's much scaled back, so I don't think they'll have to spend a lot of time on that.
Was anybody from the public building commission
Yes.
there?
Larry.
Larry was? Okay, so.
Larry's only question was, how fast can you get us the numbers?
Okay.
So assuming they can get that done on the 26th, capital planning, March 6th, the advisory committee on March 7th, and the town meeting warrant goes in the paper on March 13th. So we'd have to have the number in there for them. And then you have your public meetings and your notification. So it's a kind of quick turnaround. They're gonna have to hit it hard and make sure that they get to those committees and do it in a night.
Meaning the architect and.
Yeah, the the building committee, I think, will be the easiest one because they've spent so much time on this and heard it.
Yep.
Capital budget and advisory are gonna be I think, a tougher sell. But they can just have a meeting and try to knock these out. So it is doable. But it's a tight timeline. The other timeline would be if we pushed it back, but still scheduled it so we can catch that May election. We can have another town meeting election on May 18th, I believe is the town election. So not have to have a special election. So we looked at May 13th, which is the Monday prior to the election. And then the timeline on that is also on there. Obviously, a little more flexibility. Gives the boards and committees a little more time if they want to have more than one meeting on this. But either way, you can get it done for the 8th, or you can push it back to the 13th. They're both doable, and that can still get them both on the regular town election. We can put a question on the ballot and not have the expense of a separate election.
So your options are, just to clarify, move this forward for April 9th.
April 8th.
And, 8th, sorry. Why did I think it's the 9th? April 8th.
This is probably going to go 2 nights.
Yeah, so April 8th and 9th. And then it would be in the election at the ballot on May 18th.
Correct.
And then the second option is to do a special town meeting on May 13th, 5 days before a ballot.
Correct.
To give, folks extra time to
vet it.
Deliberate and vet it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in listening to the board, it was important that we try to meet that election deadline, as opposed to put the town meeting in June,
Okay.
and then we'd have a special town meeting, and probably, because usually it's town meeting first, election second, there's no requirement of that, but every place I've been, it's always been the town meeting first, the election after, so you'd have a town meeting sometime in June, then you would have to schedule another election. When would you schedule it for? Would it be mid-June? Or all of a sudden you say we're going to do it in September because we don't do it in July, we don't do it in August because people being in and out, so.
Yeah, because while that's customary, you can vote for it and then appropriate it afterwards, right? So you could vote for it at the ballot. Well, it doesn't matter, you would still have to appropriate it before you started any work anyway, so,
Right.
okay, yeah.
I mean,
And they said at the meeting that if you delay it to the fall, you could lose 6 months of construction time. Right. You know,
Okay.
But under this, can I ask a question?
Yeah, Karen?
Under this schedule, if the special town meeting was put off till May 13th, you'd still have to put it on the ballot April 12th, before you knew what the outcome of the town meeting was.
But,
You can always go
so,
back.
just a hypothetical, you have the town meeting on May 13th, it fails the town meeting, it passes at the ballot, you can have a subsequent town meeting and do it again.
Right.
There's no interlink that if it fails one, that it's
Right.
dead, you could come back and do it again, so.
Okay.
I mean, either way, I think the board is going to want to have it ready and on the ballot instead of waiting till the last minute to put it on the ballot. We want to vote to put on the ballot as soon as possible, so the clerk can do all the stuff she has to do, rather than say, here it is, it's due tomorrow, get it on the
Well,
ballot.
she needs 35 days, right?
So the dates are in there as when that needs to be done, but I think the board, I would prefer, and I would recommend that the board take the vote to put on the ballot.
Tonight, just to.
Not tonight, we don't have a vote on it tonight, and I
Okay.
still have to get the actual wording of the question, which we'll get, but maybe at the next meeting, we vote to put on the ballot for the election, so give the clerk plenty of time to get it up, give people plenty of time to know, this is when it's gonna be on the ballot, this is what you gotta do, and then everybody knows, town meeting, ballot, these are the parameters, this is when, and you're off to the races.
All right. So Tony, what are your thoughts? Because I know you.
yeah, I think, I like the more aggressive schedule. I hope that we can do it, and maybe these boards will, if they have to meet again, will fix it in the timeline. I think I'd rather do it in an annual town meeting than a special town meeting. There's gonna be more people there, it's gonna have more opinion, it's gonna have more, breadth in terms of people involved in the project, and I don't wanna lose time on building, so I wanna get it on the ballot as well, right after that. So I think, although it's aggressive, it's doable, and we should give it a shot.
Yeah, and there's plenty of time for them, the hearings, the question is whether or not they can make a decision in time for their recommendation to be in the warrant. So if they miss that deadline, they can still meet and make a recommendation, but we gotta get the recommendations, we hope to get the recommendations on the warrant that goes out to.
Before the 13th?
No, yeah.
Does the recommendations go in the newspaper?
Yeah, March 13th. All right. Sean?
Doesn't have to be the case, though, because they could recommend on town meeting
They can make a
floor.
recommendation at town meeting, that's correct.
No, if you're asking me, I too like it. I like the design. I like the cost. And if it can be done. I think you'd lose momentum as much as time for the construction of it. So if it can be done, let's get it done.
Karen?
I have concerns that we've changed course last week, and the the building is fine, the building is the building, meets all the needs, and it has already been vetted. But the traffic patterns, the parking, and the site work, I have some concerns about the one image we saw. Obviously, that's stuff that can be tweaked, it's not a deal killer, but it's, and I don't think it'll fundamentally change the plan, but it needs to be really articulated that we're going to do that kind of vetting going forward, because the way it is right now, I think there's some problems. We haven't had time to look at that placement and what it means to the site, and that we need the smart engineers to do.
Yeah, and you also move the potential entrance to the site.
Right, and I think that raises some questions that need to be properly vetted. Does it impact this? Maybe not, but it needs to be, I don't think it's like going to change the numbers that much, but I think it needs to be very, very carefully looked at. And when we talked about the contract, I think that's something we need to come back to. The other thing is, we pivoted last week, and the abutters haven't had an opportunity to have input into this. And they were very much involved in the conversation in the prior plan, and I think we need to be respectful of that and not just say, we're going to Plan B, we're going to decide in a month. And then the third piece is I'm very concerned about the public education piece of it. There will be questions about what are we going to do with a mothballed building, and we should at least have a conversation about what the town intention is, even if we don't have a solution. For those who are going to have to go out and get people to support this, less than a month is pretty tight. I think delaying it to May 13th won't lose that much momentum and will let us close some of those gaps in the things where I think that we might be rushing, and still be able to make the town election, make the timeline. So if we can delay it and do it by itself, I'm feeling that would be a better thing. I agree that, pushing it off too much, there's a cost to that as well. But I'm a little concerned that pivoting last week without answering some of these other questions can be problematic.
John?
So my opinion is that whether we were going to go with the original plan or whether you're going to go with the plan that was actually voted on last week, that we would not have enough time to educate the public in the next 40 days in order to pass this or try to get the town's input legitimately at the April 8th annual town meeting. While I would agree with Tony in the respect that it would be nice to have a full input at an annual town meeting as opposed to a special town meeting, all prior capital improvements that we've done, the library had its own special town meeting, public safety building had its own special town meeting, the middle school had its own special town meeting. So my opinion is, given the fact that you need to have enough time to be able to educate the public, try to answer as many questions as possible, or at least to try to anticipate questions that are going to be raised by the public, to either try to satisfactorily answer them or provide, answers that they'll fully accept. I honestly believe that we, as a board, and especially the supporters of the Senior Center, Heritage Center, Community Center, need the additional time in order to address that, in order to be prepared for it. So my opinion would be to move it to May 13th, that Monday. Now, we discussed this briefly last week. No vote was taken. But I think what it does is it gives all the supporters ample time to be able to vet it out, or shall we say, gives the town, the boards, the finance committee, an ample time to vet it out without, shall we say, being under the sword of Damocles and trying to rush it. Simultaneously gives the supporters ample time to get together, to be able to pitch it, to be able to kind of get it out there to the public so that people understand both sides of the equation. And we're not losing any time doing this by putting it the Monday prior to the election. that was the most concern I had, was that, whether or not this could fit within the time frame between town meeting, a town meeting, and being able to get it to the polls. With this timetable, I think it's more than adequate to be able to provide everybody sufficient time to take a look at this without feeling rushed, but also giving enough people to take a look at the project as a whole, the pros and the cons. Anybody who wants to add some more to the discussion because of the change of what the board did last week, it's enough time to do it. You've got basically 70, 80 days to do it. So my preference would be move it to a special town meeting on Monday, May 13th, because I think it allows everybody involved enough breathing room to be able to vet this fully.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I mean, given the two scenarios, having been involved in multiple overrides over the past 20 years, it's an enormous amount of work to educate our public. And I will go to Dr. Price and Denise, who are here, who I think are, going to head up that effort. But I'm very concerned about the amount of information that we need to get out there. I would agree, given the two choices, I would defer to May 13th, because it does give us that additional time to educate. I mean, it's a lot of work that needs to happen between now and April 8th and 9th. And if we as a board are really serious about the senior center passing and giving it an all-out effort, I think it behooves us to go to the 13th. Since I'm hearing, going to the fall, which really would be preferable to have 5 or 6 months, but with the construction cost concerns that some of you have raised, I certainly respect that and note that. But I think we have a duty to ensure that it passes and to ensure we give them the proper time to vet it. All these committees, they don't know what's coming. They have no idea. Joel's putting everything together. A lot of them are reading on Facebook that these changes have taken place. There's a lot of misinformation out there, to back up and expand a little bit on what Karen said. I think it gives us a couple of weeks to noodle around a little bit more of a plan of what we may have as a vision. I'm not opposed to a phased approach to this project at all, but I do feel very strongly that we owe our voters and our residents a plan. And if it's going to be that we're going to come back in August and September and tell you what that is, whatever that is, I have a lot of reservations about not being able to tell people what is going to happen after, the senior center gets built. So I would default to the 13th as well, for that reason. So we give folks that little bit of extra breathing room to get this done. And, I spoke to a woman this weekend, and she's ready and willing to go, and we spoke about it. She's a senior. She wants to help, and there are very different ways in which seniors communicate. It's not as easy as Facebook and Twitter and doing email. So if you really want to reach your constituency, there's a lot of, what do I say, feet on the ground. I can't.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah, boots on the ground. Work that needs to be done to reach them. They communicate differently. And it's important to reach all of those folks and to work that out. So that's going to take a little bit of time. So that's where I sit as well. I would prefer, to support this for the 13th, because I think we owe it to give it every effort for it to be successful.
I'm not all that hung up on moving it to, I like the plan a lot better than what we've seen in the past. I don't have a real problem moving it to May 13th. Not really. Jim, told us that, if he's moving along and it doesn't look like it, they can stop and put it off. So, but right out of the gate, I don't think 1 month matters. That's for sure.
I was going to go to Dr. Price if you...
Well, my only couple comments, and I'm not violently opposed to the May date, but I think you're not going to get the turnout that you're going to get at the annual town meeting, especially because there's a lot of stuff on the annual town meeting, they're going to draw people to it. I think when we think about educating, people know, this isn't new. This isn't like somebody just talked about a senior center today. People have been talking about this for years. And we were gonna come before them with something at annual town meeting anyways. It was just in a different spot. So, I mean, that was the goal all along, and then there was some talk about pushing that off, but that was never decided either. I mean, the goal for the last year has been to come to this town meeting with the senior center project. So, I don't know, I mean, there's a couple months to get it together. If it looks like it's gonna fail, I think we can IP it at town meeting and then do it. But I think holding a special town meeting doesn't draw the people to it, and it doesn't get fully vetted, and I don't think there's gonna be as much time needed to educate people as you guys think. But again, I'm not arguing strongly. I mean, we can do it in May, but I think it would be more successful in April, personally.
You know, just from a frame of reference, you know, any override that's happened in the past, a $2 million override, a 1.5, once we did an $800,000 one. It's certainly, you know, for one of the operational overrides, right, back in the early 2000s. It takes more than 30 days to educate people. It really does. And this is 12 million.
And I have to disagree, Tony. It isn't the same plan. The original plan that we've been going with and vetting and telling people about, yes, we still were working it out, was to remove the Gates building and site that building right in the middle of the property. That's what everyone has been working on. This is a different plan because we don't know what we're going to do with the B wing.
Yep.
And I think that to say, oh, it's the same and put it in another place, it's not.
No, I didn't say the same plan. I said
It's the same
there
building.
was a plan to go to town meeting for a senior center.
Yeah.
So people, it's not like this is gonna come as a surprise to anybody that there's a plan for a senior center at the annual town meeting.
No,
That's
true.
That's what the goal has been
Absolutely.
for the last couple of years.
Right, but
So
we were prepared to do Plan A and present that.
we weren't even prepared to do that. I mean, we were going down that path, but I don't think anyone was prepared to do that, you know, so.
No, I think we'd be in the same, but I think we'd be in the same boat with
If all of you
either
feel that
plan.
it should go on the May date, I don't
agree with
care
you.
enough to argue for that long, but I do think it has a better chance to pass at April. And I do think you're gonna get more people there, and I do think you're not gonna have the cost of another town meeting, and I do think it's not another date that someone's gonna pull out of their calendar. And I think the room will be packed for other items on the town meeting. And if it doesn't look like it's gonna make it, if capital comes back and says, hey, we can't do it in this amount of time, or advisory or anybody, then we tap the brakes and change it then. But if you guys agree, if you guys wanna go the other direction, I'm not gonna say anything else.
John, I was gonna go out to Dr. Price unless you had anything additional that you wanted to add.
No, I'm fine, thanks.
All right. Dr. Price?
Gordon, would you mind using the microphone just
Yeah, do you want to
because
come up so folks can?
people will want to hear what you have to say? Sorry to make you get up.
Oh, yeah. We should bring the microphone to him.
Yeah.
Dr. Price had surgery, that's why we're not wanting him to limp
I'm getting there.
up to us. Yeah, you're looking better.
All right, Gordon Price, 48 Man Lot Road. And again, I'm speaking for Gordon Price, not Council on Aging, or I may have a comment about that after. I have a comment before I get into what I want to mention. I don't think I've ever been involved in an issue or an organization that I have had as many highs and as many lows over the last 15 years as I've had with this. And it continues right up until today.
It's an emotional topic.
Huh?
It's an emotional topic.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah,
near and dear to many
yeah.
people.
And, but I am confident that it is going to work out well, and I'll give you my thoughts here in a minute. We all know what happens in the Northeast here in Scituate in March, and with the time frame being as tight as it would be, I mean, all we need is one storm or two storms to delay a capital planning meeting or a advisory meeting, and then where are we? So I think looking at the May 13th special, I think is a good option. And I think in terms of the vetting time and the discussion and the education that we need to do, and there is a lot of education, Tony. People, may know about a senior center, but we have a lot of education still yet to do to get people to understand that we're building more than a physical building. We're building a lifestyle for seniors and helping them with their lifestyle. And I think we have not really gotten that message out as well as we probably need to. So I like the idea of the May 13th, and I think if that's successful, we go on to the ballot in the election 5 days later. I think that's good. I think it's an excellent option. I think it's the best one we have right now. And I'm also concerned that if we brought this to the April meeting, that there's a segment of people that are going to say, why are they rushing it? They've only had that plan before them for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks. What's the big rush? We don't know anything about that plan. So it does give us that additional 4 or 5 weeks to discuss why we've got the plan that we have now, why we think that's the best plan for the community, and why we think that that's the plan that should go forward. So I think that 4 to 5 week period of time could be very, very well used. So, that's it.
Thank you. No, and I think your opinion's important. Since you folks are going to be the one doing a lot of the work, we know how that works. You know, it's, board members can't organize and run any of those committees or efforts, and so we rely on the volunteers in town that are committed to this cause to do that. And so, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jim? Anything else about this?
So the staff has vetted the 13th date. The schools are available, the moderator's available. I think everything else we need is available for the 13th. So.
And we would do it in the gym? Yeah, because you want to give as many seats as we can. Okay, I just wanted to double check that.
Again, I'm agnostic about it. My role is to give you the choices, so.
Right.
But we did make sure that schools are available, the moderator's available. Everything we need is available for that date, so.
Well, and I think that's our responsibility too as well, right? Is to put our best foot forward behind an effort that everyone's been working on for as long as they have. I mean, I understand what you're saying about attendance, but you might get more at the special town meeting than you get at the annual town meeting with this, you know, so it's a hot topic, so it might work the other way around. I don't know, what day is the 13th?
Monday.
It's a Monday, okay. All right, just wanted to ask, to put that out there.
So Luann, we'll have to put that on the next agenda to actually call a special town meeting for the 13th.
Yes. The timeline.
All right, so, John, anything additional that you want to add? I'm probably going to ask for a motion.
No, that's fine with me.
All right. Do I have a motion?
For what?
Do we need to move the Article 4 to?
You should probably move to.
Yes. Remove the Article 4.
Remove
The
article from
article
the
to a
warrant?
special town meeting. Remove it from the warrant,
Yeah.
place on a special town meeting.
I'll move that the Board of Selectmen approve the removal of Article 4 from the annual. Special town meeting of April 8th, from that warrant. Do we do them separately?
Wait. What are we doing? Moving it to the special?
To the
No.
special, yes.
No.
Do it all.
Out of the
Special
It's
town
on the
meeting.
special town meeting for
Oh.
April right now, so we got to take it off
Move it
here.
off this one and move it
And
to
we're
a
going to
special.
put it
to be
on
held.
One vote or
the May
two?
13th.
Huh?
Can I do it all in one, or?
Do it all in one, yeah.
Okay, so move that the Board of Selectmen remove Article 4 from the special town meeting scheduled for April 8th, 2019, and be placed in a special town meeting to be held on May 13th, 2019.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Canfield, second by Mr. Harris. Although, due to John being remote, we need to do a roll call on the vote. So Lorraine, did you want to?
Yes. Ms. Kine?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Mr. Dennehy?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so the motion passes. We're going to put this to a special town meeting on May 13th, and it'll be on the May 18th ballot. All right,
That's the plan.
here we go. We've got a plan.
All right.
Onward we go.
So moving then to the annual town meeting warrant. The first probably dozen are mostly stock articles. Compensation of elected officials, reports of town boards and committees, the capital plan. Article 4 is going to be the operating budget. Tony, we will need to now schedule another financial forecast. We're expecting the final health insurance numbers by the end of the week, so we'll have to just plug those in and go from there.
Okay.
All right. Waterways enterprise, golf course enterprise is 6, wastewater enterprise is 7, transfer station enterprise is 8, water enterprise is 9. The stabilization fund excess levy article is Article 10. Article 11 is revolving fund limits. Article 12 would be the community preservation article that Gary presented to you earlier tonight.
Yep.
13 would be the reconciliations that they still have to finalize. Article 14 is the Chapter 91 liability that is an annual article. 15, 16, and 17 are the continuation of the articles we did in the spring, on the fall special town meeting for senior tax relief. So let me just make sure I get these right, and Nancy will punch me if I get them wrong.
Why are they a continuation? Do we have to do them?
So for number 15, the first thing we had to do was vote to go to the maximum allowed, which we did in the spring. This article now will adjust that annually for the CPA.
Okay.
We couldn't do it all at once?
CPI. No, you
CPI.
got to adopt the first one before you can adopt the second one.
Otherwise known as consumer price index.
Right, so we had to go to the maximum first, which we did in the fall.
Okay.
And now this would then take that maximum and index it annually to the CPI.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the next step. The
Did you do it
additional.
right?
I know I get that one right. The next one is the property tax exemptions, 17D. Currently, we have $175, would double that to $350. 41C, and these are just different programs, would go from 500 to 1,000, and in your packet,
Yeah, I
we
saw
have
that.
the list of what those are in the surrounding towns. So again, it's not a whole lot of money, but it is additional relief for really those seniors who are struggling the most, because your income levels on these and your asset levels are pretty low. Article 17, if you recall, Gigi Marachi asked about the interest charged on deferment of taxes. The maximum is 8%. That's what we're charging. This would, my recommendation, after speaking with the financial team, would be to lower that to 4%. Okay, so those three, they're individual, but taken together, continuing our efforts to provide at least some level of tax relief to seniors in Scituate.
Yeah, and Karen, I see you have a question. One sec. When I was looking at the backup information, I thought it was interesting that, so part of this, it's a maximum of 30 folks that can take part in the service credit program, right?
That's not yet. That's something we're going to propose. Right now, I don't believe it's capped.
But that was my question, like, what is it now?
Right now,
Yeah.
it's not capped.
Okay, gotcha. Karen?
Nope, that's.
Oh, really?
Jumping ahead.
Oh, I'm jumping ahead?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
I'm
actually
sorry.
further down on the agenda. The senior work-off program is further down on the agenda.
Okay.
We're trying to be efficient.
Page 99.
Article 18 is something we've talked about a couple times, not too in-depth, but this is the room occupancy tax. It would apply to hotels, motels, and beds, breakfast, and now Airbnbs would also be captured in that. The Department of Revenue has estimated between $4,000 and $10,000 for each percentage on the occupancy tax, and I don't know if that includes the Airbnbs.
It was before the Airbnb.
That was before the Airbnbs were.
So the maximum is 6.
Maximum is 6.
This also impacts people that rent their homes for a week at a time, right?
Would impact those people under the Airbnbs, right? No, actually, for a week at a time, no, it'd have to be for more than that.
I thought it was. I thought the people from that do it on a monthly basis are exempt,
No,
but
people
those
who,
less.
if
It's
you
the
rent
other
it
way
for a
around?
week, I don't think you're,
There's a maximum number of days.
if you rented for multiple weeks, you would be subject to this.
Right, it's like 15 days, it said, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's
Less
a-
than 15 days, I don't believe you're subject to this.
By the same tenant?
No.
No.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Right, so if
I mean, I
you're-
know it's really to address the Airbnbs and the VRBOs that we don't really collect anything from, but I get concerned about.
Again, it's something we've talked about in brief. There is revenue there. We could put it off. We always have a town meeting in the fall. we get an idea because the Airbnbs have to register. So right now, we have no idea what we have for Airbnbs, and I can feel the daggers in the back of my head, Nancy, to put off getting revenue. But we really don't have an idea what the universe is for the Airbnbs.
So
We
this
have no
would
idea.
require them to actually even register?
They're going to be required to register regardless of whether
With
we
the state, yeah, okay.
do this. They're going to be forced to register their Airbnbs and what they're doing based upon the new regulations, whether we adopt the tax or not. What we are not proposing, there's a separate fee that the town can impose. That's a community impact fee. We're not recommending that at this point for two reasons. One, again, we have no idea how many there are. And two, the collection of that is entirely on the town. So the collection of this, the state collects it like the meals tax and remits it to us. The collection of that other fee would be completely and totally upon us, and we really don't have the staff or the wherewithal right now to go out and collect that. So that'll be something we'll do further down the line.
You guys have any questions about that?
No, other than I think we should put it in place right now, or as soon as we can.
I mean, this is not unique to our community. I mean, the backup showed us how many communities have already adopted this. It's not unusual, and there's been so much resident concern about sort of Wild West of Airbnbs in town, so, you know, it's great that they have to be registered, and if they're gonna actually, people who really wanna operate a business, then they should contribute to the tax base. That's my 2 cents.
Sean, do you have anything?
No, no, so a person that rents year-round is not subject to this?
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a
John, did you have any
rental property.
questions?
Yeah, I just want clarification from Jim. Jim, so you're saying that the proposed warrant articles only deal with the basic state registration, that if somebody is having an Airbnb in town, that they have to register through us? That goes to the state? Is
No,
that
they
what
register
we're
through the
doing?
state.
They register through the state, Sean.
Okay, so what are we proposing with the articles that we're doing right now then? We're proposing to, is this gonna be a tax that we are giving ourselves at this point, like the meals tax?
Yep.
This,
So my thought was this, and I thought we discussed it, but maybe we didn't. It was my discussion with you, Jim, is that we were going to look to see, once the state legislation goes into effect, to see how many people in town actually register and who actually run an Airbnb, to determine to see whether or not it's really worth trying to promulgate and enable this legislation so that we can tax it. If it turns out that you have 4 or 5 Airbnbs, is that what you want to tax? I mean, maybe you do, but how much are you going to generate? Or are we looking at, you know, a tax that's going to be, you know, with 10 or 15 or 20? If you're going to be having an Airbnb and you're only getting 3 or 4 people, it's not really worth the effort to have an Airbnb. Now, I'm not sure whether that's the case, and, you know, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but normally people are renting a weekly. Does that come into play when we have people who are renting their homes for a week down on the beaches?
Yeah.
I believe, John, if you're
Absolutely.
renting it for less than 15 days total, this does not apply to you. So if you rented for a week to someone, I don't believe this applies to you. If you rent it multiple weeks, it applies.
You see some of them.
Can I just jump
So
in?
that people who are renting on a weekly basis, and they're going to
Yeah, I
be,
think it's the
they should be aware, or they're going to be aware, if not now, later, that they're going to get taxed on their profit.
they have to file with the state.
Yes.
Right. They're
Right,
gonna
and then
have to
it's-
register with the state. Regardless of what we do, they're gonna have to register with the state. John,
Well, they have to pay the state, and then we're just foregoing our share?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because I believe the state's
Changes
imposing
the
the tax.
story.
Oh, yeah. They'll be paying regardless.
The state
Yeah.
has a tax.
Yeah, and not for nothing, John, if you put vacation by, you know, any of the Airbnb websites out and you put Scituate in, there's a lot of dots. A lot of people are doing this in our community. And, you know, God bless them, but
The Harris Properties.
it's still a business.
John, the estimate for the revenue from this from the state before the change with the Airbnbs, just on the hotels and motels, was between $24,000 and $60,000 annually for Scituate.
Yeah, and I will say this, people are renting and if they're renting, then they are kind of generating income, they're supplementing their income, and obviously they're competing against the hotel, the Inn at Scituate, and so yeah, and the Inn at Scituate does pay its tax too, so I guess I understand it.
Well, and again, we can leave it on the warrant as we develop more information, and then if the board wants to postpone it, when we get to town meeting, we can always move to postpone it if we don't think it's.
No, let's leave it
It's
there.
going to be a source of revenue that obviously the town is going to take a look at. And of course, given all the needs of the town, it certainly is going to be necessary. Hopefully, it can be somewhat used partially exclusively for some of the things that we're looking to do as steady income for some of the capital improvements that we have. But that's a discussion for another day.
2,000 selections.
That's a lot.
That's actually a really good
Okay.
question. If we get this excise tax, what bucket does it go into?
General fund.
General fund?
Yeah.
Chris is trying to take
I
it.
did find that, I did read that in the backup. Seniors. All right, so we'll leave it there and continue to get any additional information. All right, so 19?
19 and 20 are similar. One sets up a transfer station enterprise capitalization, capital stabilization.
Yeah,
it's been a
There
long
you go.
day. And then Article 20 does the same things for the waterways enterprise. This is similar to what we've already done with the,
So why are we doing that?
the other three. Thank you.
So why do you want to do that? Just to contain and build capital?
Yeah, I mean, it's a planning tool. It allows you to save the money, and then it makes it harder to take it out, so it has to be something very worthwhile as opposed to, well, just grab it out of the stabilization fund. So it lets you
The
save
general
that
one.
money for the long range and the expensive projects you're gonna have down the line. You can start planning for that and putting money in your stabilization fund, where it is safer from rating than
3 years for
in
it.
a regular bucket.
Okay.
Article 21 is accepted of Blanchard Farms Lane as a public way. We're hoping to have all that documentation in. 22.
Yeah, can I interrupt you on that?
No.
So my question on that is this. Was this laid out originally as pursuant to our building roadways?
I think so.
Or was this laid out as a private way and now they're looking to have it accepted as a public way?
I'd have to check with the planning board, but I don't think the planning board would let it go forward if it wasn't laid out in accordance with the public way specifications, but I'll have to ask the planning board, John.
Okay. I only ask that because I'm going to make the assumption they did in times past, whether it was Walnut Hill or some of these other town roadways. Originally, they were laid out as private, never to be accepted by the town. Of course, we have done so, but I'm just hoping that this is laid out pursuant to what we wanted originally. If that's the case, great. If not, this is a recent
Subdivision.
subdivision development that was built. I wish Ann were there because I'm sure Ann could give me the answer, but that's something I'd like to know the answer to, if that's okay, if you could ask Brad.
As a matter of practice, we shouldn't be accepting ways that haven't been built to sufficient width, grade, and construction for a public way.
Yeah, and I know,
We got to go through the process.
yeah, and they have been. So I know when I was on street acceptance last year, when I was chair, because we rotate as the chair on street acceptance, they are going through everything, and they've gone through all the engineering, and they've been working pretty diligently through the planning board and through
I'm
Brad.
pretty sure
and through
it's
Sean
constructed to
McCarthy.
be a public way.
Yeah.
This
But-
is the route they take a lot of times. Anyway, they construct it as a private right-of-way and then turn it over. You know, I just from going down there the few times I have, I think it has the correct width. It might, should have granite curbing or some type of curbing off Curtis Street.
Pretty new.
Right, it's
Yeah.
brand new. I'd like to think it's up to code.
I think the issue
or
that
up to
John
our
has
specs.
is that they build it to not meet public way.
Right.
And then they want us to accept it.
Right, then it's off there, then it's off there.
Opposed to,
Well,
this was,
That's my whole point, that's all I'm asking. I'm gonna make the assumption it was because it's a fairly new development, and I just wanna ensure that it is, because otherwise it's a sneaky way for In the past, developers who cut corners, not put sidewalks in, put Cape Cod berms, not putting actual curbing in.
Oh, no, it's nice.
And then they end up coming to the owners who say, well, wait a minute, we're gonna have to plow our own road now because you're only plowing once or twice during the day because it's a private way. So that's all I'm asking. I don't mean to create an issue. I just want to ensure that yes, indeed it is. Because it is such a new road. And as the chair of the board, not tonight, I have not heard anything about Blanchard Farm Lane other than just now. And as Morris says, the chair sits on the street acceptance, and I wasn't aware of this coming before the board tonight. So anyway, I'd just be interested, that's all.
Okay, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it was constructed to be accepted as a public way, so it's going to
If
meet
it
all
wasn't,
those.
it's got to go through the process, and we tell it, the owners have to upgrade it.
And it
before we
did,
take it.
and they've done
So
all
it's-
that.
I just
Yeah,
always
they've done
don't
all
take
that.
it.
Trust me.
Right.
Yeah, they've been very
Right,
diligent about all that, yeah. All right,
Article-
zoning bylaw.
22, 23, and 24 are all zoning amendments. 23 and 24, we have not actually received the actual language yet.
Are they gonna come before us?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Article 25 is a change to the town bylaws. Why do I have aquaculture on here?
That's a good idea.
That would remove the requirement that the town meeting warrant be published in the newspaper. If we get it in the Mariner, depending upon the size of the warrant, it's at least $4,000. Last year, because of time constraints, it had to go in the Patriot Ledger. It was over $10,000 for that publication last year. So we have at least 2 town meetings every year, so you're talking anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 that we're spending. This would remove that requirement and have it posted on the town website instead.
And that is sufficient, that meets all our, our
Yep.
posting requirements?
How's who's going to get paid?
Sorry, Ruth.
I was gonna say, I don't think she get paid now. I thought she just did this out of the goodness of her heart. Article 26 is the placeholder for Ellis. I had a meeting with town council, identifying a couple pieces of property that we think might be suitable, and she is supposed to be having those conversations now with Environmental Affairs. If Environmental Affairs likes them, the AG will like them. We'll get this article written up and hopefully take care of that swap, file the legislation required to put the final blessing on this and put that project
Good deal.
finally to bed.
That's good.
Let's
the
make sure
plan.
Cindy gets that done with the timing. Yeah.
Article 27 is a petition article to extend the Hummerock Village Residential Overlay Zoning District. Basically, the area where the boathouse, right when you go over the bridge on the left, that would extend that into that district. Right now, it is not
Oh,
in
and this
that
is out,
district.
but this is,
By
This
petition.
is by petition.
Who's
Yes, spot zoning.
who's petitioning that?
The owner of the property.
I.e. spot zoning.
Article 28 is a petition article. This is a petition article to have the town terminate the lease of Go Green. I don't believe this article is legal. I don't believe town meeting can take a vote to rip up a contract that has been entered into by the Board of Selectmen. So I'm not sure that this is properly before town meeting, but it is a petition article, so it must go on the warrant.
all right, so will we get, you
We
know,
will
a
have an opinion
legal?
from
you'll-
council, yes.
yeah, on
What
this.
does the moderator say about it?
I haven't talked to Rich about it yet. I sent it all up to council first. I'll get their opinion, then I'll sit down with Rich and talk to
Okay.
Rich about it, but
Jim, can I, Maura, can I just interject for a second? Jim, at some point, I need to either talk with you or the board needs to take a look at the contract that was originally entered into with Tim Lopes. And I just want to bring it to your attention. I think there's an auction year coming up, and my understanding is the auction year is at the discretion of the town. It was brought to my attention from Tim that originally when we voted it, it was Tony, myself, 2 other members. Sean, I think you were missing at the meeting. It was from 2012, and that we had actually given him the option for the extension. The contract wasn't written that way, so I just want to at least raise that now, because I foresee a potential issue. After speaking with him and looking at the actual video and looking at the minutes of the meeting, so I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
yeah, I don't have the paperwork in front of me, John, but it's my recollection the board voted this contract in 2009 with a 10-year contract with a 10-year renewal, And then in 2012, there was an amendment to that contract where the board exercised that 10-year option, and the contract now goes to 2029.
Correct.
So I
The
don't,
option was actually given to him, not to the board.
but
The first two options were given to Tim, but the way the contract was written, it was given to the board, so. Anyway, I just want to raise it now because I told Tim to raise it with you, and also I suspect it might be something the board will take a look at in the future.
but I have to pull the paperwork, like I said, I don't have it with me, but I believe the board already exercised that option in 2012.
Yep.
Yeah. How does it go to 29, though?
Because the board voted, and again, Tony, I don't have it in front of me, my recollection is the board voted to exercise the 10-year option at the expiration of the current contract, which was 2019, and then that added 10 years to it.
I know we did extend it.
We did, Tony, I think what it was we gave him like 10 years with a 5 years into it to renew.
Right.
And then 2 additional options to renew. So it was like 10 years, and of course he could renew for an additional 10 years. I looked at the video, and I haven't seen the contract, but that's what we ended up doing because he was paying such a high rate for land that was next to the sewer treatment plant.
So Nancy has,
The turbine.
as always, Nancy has it. This is a vote of July 11, 2012. As per the vote of the Board of Selectmen, June 19, 2012, the lease between the town of Scituate and Go Green Landscape Supply, Inc. is hereby extended for 10 additional years after the initial 10-year period has expired as permitted by Section 2 of this lease agreement. And I believe Section 2 of the lease agreement stipulated that it expired in June of 2019. So I'll pull all the paperwork for you, John, but that's my recollection. I think you've already exercised
Thanks, Jim, I
it.
appreciate that, yeah.
Okay. Last, Article 29 is another petition article, which is a temporary deferral of building due to limited water supply. I've had some conversation with council about this. This is another article that has draft that I do not believe is legal for the town to
The deferrals
impose.
of building.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the last one.
That's the last one.
So are we looking at a two-day town meeting?
With the,
Maybe not.
Yes.
with the senior center moved,
Maybe not.
maybe not. I will be going through this, and there are some notes, what we will be suggesting as part of the consent agenda that we've adopted, to
Good
knock
idea,
out a
yeah.
bunch of these articles. So I can foresee this as a one-night town meeting, but it's really going to depend on who shows up and what kind of mood they're in.
All right. Do you need a motion from us?
Are we voting these tonight, Lorraine, or?
Well, we have to vote to
Put 'em
put
on
them
the
on
warrant.
the warrant, right? The final warrant?
Well, you could run it as the warrants up to you.
So are we accepting the budget? Is that,
No, you're just voting to
No,
put
we're
the
just
articles in
voting
the
the
warrant.
articles, and then we'll come back and go through the budgets, because the planning board has to come before us as well. They haven't come before us, right?
I mean, are we ready to have a vote these articles?
I think as long as the board is comfortable with the articles that have been presented, if they don't want to knock anything off, it's up to the board. If they're happy with articles that are before them to be discussed at town meeting, then I would take a vote that these articles will be the ones that going forward.
Does anybody have any issues with any of them that you want to think about?
No, but the petition articles, how do we handle that? If,
As a petition article, legal, illegal, it must go on town meeting. We don't have the right to refuse it, and then we'll have to deal with it at the moderator's meeting on town meeting floor,
Are we gonna have the petitioners come before us?
if you
Have
like,
we done that in
yeah.
the past?
yeah,
Oh, we haven't?
yeah, we have.
No, we have, it's just a
That's
question
so
of whether
true.
or not they want to show up.
Yeah. I think we have offered it before.
Well, because won't we vote on whether we support them or not? So
Yeah,
we do.
yeah, so we will need them. I think they should
We should
be.
extend an invitation.
I recall them coming in and then having the town administrator help draft the language for the motion. I recall that.
If they had asked for help, we would have helped them draft the
No,
article.
but just in the past of
The motion's easy. The motion's just a rewriting of the article. But they didn't ask for help in drafting these, so the way they're written, I don't think they're legal, and I'm not sure they can be fixed.
Okay. Is there anything else that anyone has any concerns about that you don't think should be included?
No.
You can vote at your next meeting when we have all the budget figures in there as well.
Well, the planning ones aren't even on here yet,
Yeah, let's postpone
Oh,
till.
you want to wait till we have all the detail?
Sure.
Well, I don't want to hold you up.
I'll be here next meeting anyways.
Well, you're okay, right? Because you can't.
Yeah, we're still gonna be working on
The
them.
warrant, okay.
So let's
I just want to make sure we're not holding up
I mean,
the
the stuff that we have
process.
to work on are things that you can't leave off. I mean, you can't leave off the budget, you can't leave
All
off.
right. All right. Onward to the next item. Discussion and vote about amendment to the architect contract for the Council on Aging project. Jim Boudreau.
Yeah, we've had this discussion several times. Obviously, the scope has changed. I lost count how many times the scope has changed. The architect has pivoted and redesigned and designed and redesigned and recosted, and now we've moved it to a different building. So the additional work that was originally part of the gym and now the work to move it and recost it, this is the amendment that we have to fund those additional costs for the architect. I would say at this point, Joel has gone above and beyond in terms of being responsive and making changes and really doing some stuff on the fly in the seat of his pants to get us to where we are right now. So he's put in a lot of extra work at this point than what was in his original scope.
And what's, my question, Jim, is I couldn't tell from the backup what the difference was. Like, what's the additional that you're requesting? These
258, 450.
258.
what was the original?
Yeah.
The original was 5-something, Nancy?
724, 900.
258,000?
Yep.
Yeah, it can't be $258. $258,000.
That's
What
an
was the
hour.
original one?
Well, that'd be
Four?
about-
724.
That was the original, or that's the total?
That was the original contract. That was the original
724, so it's going up 30%?
contract. So your building is a $11 million project. Generally, your design and engineering costs are 10% of that. So that's about right. But you've changed it 3 or 4 times now. We keep changing what we want him to do, and he deserves to get compensated for that.
But can I just ask one question? No.
Karen, go ahead.
The original contract was based on a projection of a $12 million building, right?
Right.
And then we revised, this was based on a $19 million
Right.
building. But now we're back to,
But he's done the work
right.
on the
Oh,
$19
yeah,
million,
yeah,
on the $19 million building. He's done
That's
that
true.
work.
Okay. Yep.
He did that work on the gym that we asked him to do, and that's, part of that'll be this project. We don't have to redesign the elevator, the bathrooms, the roof.
Okay, thank you. It is after 10. My brain's a
Can-
little slow.
And can you just say the numbers again? I'm sorry, I just want to write them down.
724,
724, 900 was the original.
and
Was
this
the
is
original that we approved?
258, 450, right.
It seems like a lot to me.
It's what,
I mean,
You asked that
part of the,
question the
part of the plan is revising it, moving it, tweaking it, working with us to get it the way we want it. It seems like a lot of an increase, like Karen said. I mean, is it done when, is the plan done? Is he almost done when we take these plans? Or no, then he's gotta do all the schematics and stuff, right?
And is that going to be included
He's
in
on
this
the- that-
258?
But that's part of the next phase.
So
So we don't
is that,
even-
have we paid for that phase?
We don't pay for that phase until we go to construction.
So the 725 is just from the,
Schematic, that gets you through schematic and then design.
no,
No, that's-
schematic was 114,000
Right.
I can't read.
of the
this print.
original. And then design, development, construction document, bidding are on top of that, bringing it to 573. And then additional services, FF&E and that sort of
Right.
stuff.
Schematic design is part of this.
Yeah.
but he's not there yet, right?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, so why are we paying,
Tony, went from as Karen said, a $10, $12 million project to a $19 million project.
for 2 months that didn't take it all the way to the end?
But he has designed all that work. He designed it, he costed it out.
Yep.
That's all been done. And now we're saying we're gonna go back to this other project, but we already had him do that work, and he deserves to get
He
paid
still
for
needs to get
that.
paid
Now
for
there's
it.
additional work to switch this, do the new site work,
I
do the new
understand there's
costing
some
out.
incremental increase, but it's not like he took the 12 million, or $19 million project and did it all the way to the end. You know, he did drawings of stuff, then he took, for one portion of the project, he took it to the 19 and
it's-
then to the 12.
It's a lot more than just drawings. I mean, it's
I know.
drawings, design, construction, cost estimate documents. There's a lot of,
Was there cost documents for the first one?
Yeah, that's how we get the $19 million.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's happening twice. I get it.
So,
I don't know, am I alone on this island?
of the
or-
700,
No,
of the
it seems like a lot of money.
$723,
$1 million.
$23,000 that was in the original,
Yep,
only 290,000 of that was construction documents. And then there's incremental. So the bulk of the work is done before you get to construction. Well, I shouldn't say the bulk of it.
Yeah.
150, so
Don't have the
half
original
of that,
contract
three,
in front.
another, so 300 is estimated to do the concept, schematic, and design development. Then you do the documents at another 300, and then the rest is, technical services and FF&A and stuff like that.
right, but the
So 600 of it
design,
is
the
half
portion
of it.
that's the design of the building didn't change.
Correct.
So that's, you can't bill me more for just moving it on a picture somewhere else.
Yeah, but
Well, you might have to make
But
modifications.
the
There is some,
concept,
but
the
it's-
design, the delta on that is from 12 to 19.
Yeah,
And so half of that, whatever that spread is, they had to do. So if you figure 50/50 between where they are now and what they still have to do is you've spent money on, that's the delta. I can't
Right,
do the math.
and
in my
half of that
head.
is the construction documents too, if I'm looking at this right. So the construction, which we have to go to. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Should never do numbers after 10.
So what did we appropriate for this?
983,650.
What?
Sorry, $983,650.
hey, we're right there.
I know, that's what I was just going to
Jeez.
say.
Huh. The math works.
How'd we get there?
982. You saved the town $1,000.
I mean, honestly, when this, and John, I'll go to you a sec if you have comment. When we were first going to discuss this, I was pretty adamant about pushing back, but knowing what we're putting them through now, I'm more inclined to support it, because we've changed direction yet again on this guy. And he was very nice to come out and
Again and again and again.
look at it again and do some more drawings for us, and he and Steve were there, walking with everybody. I'm with you, I was with you, too. If we discussed this 2 weeks ago, I would have been more inclined to say no, like you, Tony. But the amount of work and additional work that he and his staff have gone through to appease all of our pivots, as Karen calls them, has been a lot, It's been a lot. John, any comment?
No, aside from the pivots comment, no, I absolutely agree with what you just said.
She meant improvements.
No, I meant pivots.
You and I probably agree, Tony, there are improvements, but I understand that there are some on the board who feel that there are pivots. But again, at this point, I agree with that, we should be paying the contract. They've done a good job based upon what Maura just said in the past 2 weeks. I appreciate it. So my vote is to pay it.
Do I have a motion? Or any further discussion, I guess I should say. Excuse me, yes, Dr. Price?
Gordon Price, 48 Mainland Road. As kind of someone who's been on the sidelines looking at this, and I've dealt with Joel a lot, man has done incredible amount of work. And I agree with Jim. I think some of what he's done, doesn't show up in these buildings that he's sending to town. He's responded to every request that we've had at the council, and has showed up at umpteen meetings, and he's been through a lot.
No attitude.
There's no doubt he's done a great job, and timely as well, so.
It's looking a little tired.
Sounds like a motion, Tony.
All right. I move,
Move to amend the architect's contract for the Council on Aging building of an increase of $258,000.
oh,
Second.
Wait a minute, did you
That's
say the
not
right
the-
amount?
No, I just-
258,450.
$258,450.
$258,450.
Motion by Mr. Harris.
Second that.
Can John second?
Yep.
Second by John. Mr. Dennehy.
Vote just has to be by roll call, that's all.
All in favor, and it must be taken by roll call.
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Find an original somewhere.
Mr. Dennehy?
Yes.
And Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
All right, so that passes, Jim. All right, next, moving on to the discussion and vote for an increase to the senior tax work-off abatement program. Oh, so that was what I was jumping to.
So this program was adopted in, I believe, 2002 by the town with $1,000 per senior available. Now, the minimum wage has gone up. The minimum wage is now $12 an hour. So if we keep it at 1,000, they can, I mean, we should be paying them at least a minimum wage for their work. We're not required to, but I don't know how you pay them less to do their senior volunteer than we pay them to flip burgers at McDonald's. So we would increase it to the minimum wage, and then the choice would either be to reduce the number of hours they work to keep it at 1,000, or raise it to $1,200, so they can work the same number of hours and get a little bit bigger benefit. As part of that, we propose capping it at 30.
Yeah.
And that would just be to make sure we understand what our total liability would be and what the hit would be. But they do a lot of great work. We use them all over town. I think they should be compensated fairly for what they're doing.
Why are we capping it at 30?
So, Tony, we have an idea of how much it's going to be, because this money comes out of the overlay?
How many do it now?
19.
Okay.
But you think with the
How
raise,
many
you
is
might...
that?
19.
And you could change that at any, you could take a vote and change it at any time.
Right, if for some reason we have 32 people that are qualified, and we can find places from the book and vote to increase it by 2. But we're just trying to make sure that we have a finite number for the assessors on what it's going to hit the overlay on.
All right.
Motion.
Have you ever had
Any-
a larger number than 17 in the past?
You know, Nance?
Not that I'm aware.
No.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Motion?
Move to increase the annual limit for senior tax work-off abatement program to $1,200, increase the hourly rate to $12 an hour, and set the number of participants to a maximum of 30.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Vignani, second by Mr. Dennehy. All in favor, we have to do a roll call, and for discussion, hold off. From the
Vice Mayor Lovro, I just want to
public.
mention, we discussed this at our COA meeting last week, and this program is very highly sought after, and I believe we have 50 applicants for those 30 positions now, so it's a
Oh, wow.
program that is very highly looked at.
All right, good. Thank you for that. Roll call?
Roll call vote, Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Dennehy?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. All right. Then we have some drain layer.
No, hire outside
Oh,
counsel, so the
sorry.
board has a request from the school building committee to hire outside counsel on the issue at the middle school. We did receive one recommendation from them. I also spoke to town council. I received late this afternoon a CV from an attorney in their firm that has done this type of work before. I have no familiarity with him at all. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him. What I'd like to do is have the board authorize the hiring of outside counsel, and then I can sit with the chair and whoever else, and we'll go over the two and maybe even interview them to see which one better suits our needs and get someone started on this. But I got it really late this afternoon. I haven't even had a chance to sit down and kind of go through it. But it does have to be someone who specializes in this type of law. It wouldn't be Cindy, wouldn't be handling it for Murphy Hesse.
So if we vote this in favor, doesn't mean you have to go that route.
Just would let us meet with them,
Flexibility.
give us the authority to pick one, and then get started on that.
So this said just discussion on the agenda. Can we still vote to give you that
Yes,
authorization?
you can.
Okay.
I can get you the case. It was actually a Linfield case.
No, it's all right. I just want to
But
make
yeah,
sure.
you can.
Any questions?
Nope.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the hiring of outside counsel as it relates to the school committee and the school construction project?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vignani, second by Mr. Harris. Roll call?
Call?
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Dennehy?
Yes.
And Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. All right. All right, new business. Discussion and vote for drain layer license renewal.
Madam Chair, may I interject? And my suggestion would be, if it's okay, maybe I could now
Depart the meeting.
disconnect, only because I realize it's just the drain layers votes that you're going to be voting on, correct?
Drain layers and board and committee appointments where you were not on to interview them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is this, and I'm going to probably disconnect at this point in time, if that's okay, so that you folks can deliberate without having to go through roll calls.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Very kind of you.
I just want to thank you, Lorraine, Jim, for doing this. It's quite feasible, and it's certainly available for those members who are not available to be present to be able to participate this way. And I have to say, it's thank you for setting that up. So, in any event, thank you very much, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you when I'm back in town.
See you, John.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
I totally call next week.
Move to approve a renewal of a drain layers license to the following businesses: Jeffrey Moore, Paul Morse, sorry, Paul Lugel, McDougal Brothers, Enterprises LLC, and Mankiewicz Contracting, Inc.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vignani, second by Mrs. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye. Roll call.
Nope, no roll
No,
call.
we don't have to do roll call. All right,
We can
let's
if you
see.
want.
A one-day liquor license.
Move that the Board of Selectmen approve a one-day wine and malt license to Tailor Made Bartending for an event at St. Luke's Episcopal Church on February 23rd, 2019, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Motion by Mrs.
Second.
Canfield, second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, Lorraine. All right.
4.
Oh, 4-0, sorry. Discussion and vote for board and committee appointments. So we still have Water Resources Committee. We still have someone to come forward, so I don't think it makes sense to vote for that, right? I'm going to give him an opportunity, Kevin Finney, to come in. Economic Development Commission, we have one opening, and were these were all the...
3 people came tonight. All the applicants.
3 good people.
A motion?
Sure.
I move Jack Guinness be appointed to the Economic Development Committee for a period of, is it 3 years?
3 years, yeah, or a successor.
3 years or until a successor is named. And
Completion.
completion of a conflict of law of interest online training program is completed within 30 days.
Motion by Mr. Vignani, second by Mrs. Canfield. Any further discussion? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 4-0. And we had 3 great candidates,
Yep.
so thank you. Please come forward and, attend and participate as well for anything. And come back in the spring, too, because things open up. And
Yeah,
that's just
definitely.
2 months around the corner, really, so.
We could have picked any one of them, and they would have been great.
Yeah. And then community choice aggregation, that really isn't a board appointment, but I thought it was nice to have them come in. And so, Jim, you,
Yeah, I have 2 other people who have expressed an interest to me, but they haven't got me anything yet.
okay, so you've got 5 here, right? 1,
It's a
2,
5 to
3,
7
4,
member
5.
Received another application today.
Okay,
Okay,
so right now I can accommodate everybody who's here tonight.
okay. All right, and you'll be reaching out to them?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then we look forward to meeting Mr. Finney for Water Resources.
And Jacqueline Bond.
Oh, that's right, she wasn't able to come this evening either. Okay, great. All right, other business liaison reports. Anyone? Want to start? Tony?
Just CPC and rec, which most of the stuff we discussed tonight was CPC, so.
Okay.
And rec talked mostly at the fields also, so.
Okay. I don't have anything right now.
I don't remember. I'm too tired.
Sean?
No.
All right, long night, so no liaison, no additional correspondence. We have quite a bit of correspondence.
Everything was received today.
Excuse me?
All of the correspondence was received today that's here.
Okay.
Nothing was in your packet.
And Mrs. Canfield, I don't know that you have to read them word for word, but certainly maybe go over the gist of everything that you have.
I'd be happy to summarize, Madam Chair.
Yes, I think that would be
We
great.
received 1, 2, 3 letters from the Scituate Youth Lacrosse, Scituate Youth Center, and the Scituate Soccer Club, all supporting the track and fields, and all donating $10,000 towards the project. Thank you very much.
That's great. Can we write a thank you notes to them? Okay. I mean, that's a nice donation, and very appreciative, so thank you.
Yeah, and they all did note extreme support for this, obviously.
Okay.
And the Sister City Project is having their next film February 28th at 7 o'clock at the St. Mary's Parish Center. So come out and see that. And on Wednesday, March 13th at 7 o'clock at Tinker Sun, the Sister City West Cork Second Annual Corned Beef Dinner Benefit will be held as a taste of West Cork Food Festival's chef will be there.
Nice.
So that's really exciting, and that's all the correspondence.
All right, I think we all have some additional correspondence. I don't know, did everybody bring their Valentine's Day cards that we got?
Mine's on the wall. Want me to go get them?
Oh, is yours on the wall? Why? Well, I'm going to read one. So every year, the Wampatuck School, right?
Yep.
Is that who this comes from? So nice. You know, we get Valentine's Day cards, and they're just always really fun to read. And I'm going to read mine. So thank you. Dear Mrs. Curran, thank you for keeping our town safe and for our sports. I can sleep every night because of the Scituate Fire Department keeps me safe. Thank you, Ms. Curran, from your friend, Christian DeFay. So cute. Thank you, Christian. Where are yours? You didn't get one?
I think ours are on the wall.
Oh,
Ours
you
are
didn't
on
get
the
one?
wall.
Why are theirs on the wall and mine's not?
Someone needs more attention than the rest of us.
It's in my mailbox. All right.
You must have put it in the mailbox.
Yeah, so I have another one.
You didn't get one. We were upset.
I know.
We're gonna make you one.
I'd like to see that.
Well, my two Valentines get their name read aloud. So
Very nice.
here we go. Dear Mrs. Curran, because of you, I know that I am protected and safe. You do so much for this town and community every day. Scituate, I'm going to read it to you. Scituate is a better place all because of you, and I'm wishing you a very happy Valentine's Day. Sincerely, Emily Corkins. Emmy Corkins. Emmy, thank you so much.
Emmy Curran.
I am going to read this over and over again to Mr. Vignani, and I thank you very much. And this will get posted. Not only did Emmy and Christians get read out loud, they will also go on the outside bulletin
Send
board.
them all a thank you note from the Board of Selectmen.
Oh my God, so cute. It's my favorite time of the year. Okay, let's see. Back to the agenda. What can we do? You can't.
You can't.
All right, so we need approval of the meeting minutes.
I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 5th, 2019, and February 14th, 2019.
Can you do them separate, because we weren't all at February 14th?
This is true, we were not all. Move to accept the meeting minutes for the Board of Selectmen meeting held February 5th, 2019.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Canfield, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye. Move to accept the meeting minutes for Board of Selectmen meeting held on February 14th, 2019.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Canfield, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain? I'll abstain. Maureen?
Move to accept and not release the executive session minutes for the Board of Selectmen meeting held on February 5th, 2019, since matter discussed is still pending at this time.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Canfield, second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do I have a motion for adjournment and the signing of documents?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Vignani, second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great
Glad
evening.
we had this time together.